Yep. Oh well. Here we go. Oh my. I told her, I told Kelly, I said, we'd be better off if we just, instead of that water there, we had like maybe half water, half vodka or something. Oh. So any new experiences or what?
I went scuba diving.
All right, thank you.
For a week. Free dive certified, so I'm trying to learn how to swim. Get into that.
Should be out of
I
here.
did it once. And it was just like,
Thank you.
just like very colorful fish. I did it dry.
Yeah, I'm doing it off of Maui.
I mean, it's like you don't want to come up.
No, it's
But stay
sad.
down there.
It's sad when you have to.
Yeah. It's crazy. Oh well. We got hand sanitizer. What do they think? We're gonna pick our nose or something? What's going on here?
Hey, how are you?
It's tough to get a parking spot. Yeah, missed that big loss I had. People are still coming in.
Hi, I gotta run out. Oh no, I don't. It's right here.
Well, you got a couple minutes because we got lots of pieces.
Okay.
Off, so I stopped looking.
I'm sorry, Ryan. Right. They'll be on the whole entire time because it's an actual public recording. So great. My recommendation is that we
Make a surprise at the end.
back there.
Good. I mean, I think you'll probably come to me and say, interesting.
Hey, by the way,
Well,
I kept going to that, and my phone wasn't enough quite for this stuff, and I'm like, okay, go back. Okay, what was it? And I thought, what's my shot? That's something. But that's good though. Like, try to do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the board meeting tonight. I am so glad everyone's here. Now, I know I'm not supposed to say that. There was a guy in the Mountain Jackpot quoted, this Dave Rusty Holes or something like that, about putting in seating for 10,000 people. Well, I'm glad it wasn't David Ruster Holtz, but if Trevor was here, and he is, that was pretty funny. This is the guy to blame here for the misspell. No. So anyway, Officer Going, are you here? No, he's not. Do we have a count of how many people are here tonight?
We will. 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, we'll have a count. So anyways, I was just wondering, how many students do we have here tonight? How many students? All right. I am so glad you're here.
My solution.
How many teachers do we have here tonight? Woohoo! That's great. How many staff from all the different schools do we have here tonight? Woohoo! And how many parents do we have, or people from the community? At least we can bring people together, huh? So anyway, there's been a lot of stuff in the news lately. There's a lot of things going around in the news, a lot of upset people, all different upset people. And I want you to know that when I got elected to be on the school board, when you're an elected person, an elected servant, the first thing that you swear an oath to is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and here the Constitution of Colorado. And those rights that we have may not be infringed upon. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle we sit on, the right or the left. We can find that common ground where we can stand together like we do at Woodland Park School District. At Woodland Park School District, it is a safe place to come to. We are safe from the moment that we stand at the door with our security system, with Officer Going and his staff there, but we're also safe when we come inside the building. We are safe by our culture we have there. We do not tolerate bullying of any kind, do we? No, we don't. There is no bullying in our schools. As a matter of fact, I see all over the campuses, choose to be kind. So I want to tell you that I am committed to that culture of no bullying. No bullying of any kind whatsoever. So however you identify, whatever you choose to do, we are one family here where we love each other and we're kind to each other. So I have something that I wanted to read, and it is, keep my microphone up here. I found this on one of our school's web pages, the middle school. And it was on the cover of the middle school's page, and it was written by Principal Going and Assistant Principal Street. So I would like to read this to you. Kindness matters. There has been quite a bit of noise and uncertainty lately. It's not just here in Woodland Park, but also across our amazing country as well as the world. When things get loud and a little confusing, many people tend to respond with more noise and get defensive. We tend to jump to conclusions, assume negative intent, and feel anger. Aaron and I believe that all of us, as Panthers and residents of Teller County, we are better than that. We choose to lean into kindness and understand in order to get through difficult times, our bodies and minds work better when we operate from a state of kindness and empathy. Taking the time to be still, evaluate a situation, and act with positive intent tends to lead to a better decision making. Being kind does not mean we allow others to walk all over us or that we do not set boundaries. It also doesn't mean that we never feel angry or frustration. It simply means that we choose to treat others with dignity and respect, even if we disagree with them. We urge you to take a look at our community through the lens of kindness. Our kids are watching us, and they will model the behaviors we show. Let's show them that we are strong enough to lead with kindness as we face difficult times. Sincerely, Yvonne and Aaron. I think that... So thank you for letting me take up some of your time. I thought that it really needs to be said. We need to come together as a community and a wonderful culture with amazing kids, amazing teachers, and amazing staff, and a fantastic community. We need to come together, stand together, be kind, and love each other. I'm committed to that as well. So thank you for being here tonight, and let's have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Rusterholz. Young ladies, we are about to do the Pledge of Allegiance as soon as we call our meeting to order. So if you'll get yourselves ready, and Mr. Rusterholz will take his seat, and then I think the floor is yours.
Let's call the meeting to order. Okay, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Elsie Beavers, Emma LaGrange, Savannah Sikowski, and Madison Toman. They're from the Girl Scout Troop number 40537.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, girls. That was great. Now let's take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, first on our agenda, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve our agenda for this evening?
I have a motion to add one item to the agenda, Mr. President.
Okay.
I would like to add one item to discuss the, can you hear me? To discuss teacher compensation, if that's all right with everybody.
Okay, we have a motion to discuss teacher compensation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Aye.
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 Mr. President, that would be moved to the discussion section unless Mr. Brevetto wanted action on that item. Sorry for not clarifying before the vote.
That would be
Yeah.
a discussion item.
Yes.
Okay. So I would propose, if it's appropriate to the board, to put that discussion item E.
Okay. We have another discussion item for further discussion on the merit MOU this evening. Do I have a motion to discuss that this evening
I see it on there as an action.
as an action?
So it was able to be moved yesterday afternoon, Mr. President, and I'm sorry for not clarifying. It's currently under the action section. If there was a place else that you would like to move it other than action, or if you want to keep it on the action section, it was published yesterday about 3 o'clock.
Well, and just something, because something's on action doesn't mean we can't discuss it.
And not take action?
Right,
Kelly?
right. I mean,
I'm going to ask the boss. Kelly? Okay.
yeah, we could still discuss it when we get to that
It's
part.
probably cleaner to make a motion to move it under discussion information if you have no intention of taking action. That's for sure. It's my laptop.
What would you like to do? What are you suggesting, Mr. Illingworth?
I mean, I think we're fine to leave it where it is, and whether we need to take action or not, I guess would depend on the discussion that's had at the time. So I think we'd be good there.
Oh, so
So
go
I-
ahead and make a motion.
I think without a motion, it would stay as it sits, correct,
Correct.
Kelly?
Without a motion, it stays as it is.
It'll just be fine the way that it is.
Okay. I have one other thing I want to add for the addition of, to discuss Cora requests and to take action on that discussion.
Okay.
So do I have a motion for that? Do you have, just for discussion of the Cora requests that have been made for the school district and for the board of directors?
So I think that the item that was of interest, that was expressed by Mr. Illingworth, was that he would like to receive copies of the core requests, or that the board would receive copies of the core request which correct me if I'm wrong, Kelly, is not currently being sent to the board. The request was, in accordance with GP4, that those requests would need to be approved at a board meeting for information to be coming from the district to the board members. If that's the desire of the board, I think it would go through the discussion and action section, that the board would agree that those information items should come to the board as core requests as they came through.
Okay.
Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Illingworth?
Well, yes, I would move to amend the agenda in accordance with the superintendent's remarks to have discussion and potentially take action after discussion on some matters related to core requests, and whether the any release that's done in accordance with core would be copied to the board so that we're aware of what's going out.
Do I have a second motion?
I second.
Is there any discussion about adding that to the agenda? Okay. Roll call vote?
Austin,
Aye.
Brevetto,
Yes.
Illingworth,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Aye. Are there any other additions to be made to the agenda for this evening?
Just to clarify, that would be item number D underneath action for the board, unless there was a desire to move that up on the agenda otherwise. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to now approve the agenda?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Roll call.
I need to. Austin,
Aye.
Brevetto,
Aye.
Illingworth,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Aye. Let's move on to District and Community Spotlight. This evening, we have the Middle School Family and Consumer Science presented by Principal Yvonne Goings and her entourage.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, please.
I had an opportunity to be out in schools, each school by, I think, a half a day. I owe Summit some more time. I was short on my time at Summit Elementary. And one of the things I realize is, for the board, is that we have a lot of great pockets of just student work, student products, student things going on. And so what I've proposed to the board in kind of my Friday update was that we would see kids more often in our school board meetings, and we would see the work that kids are doing. And I know you two are nervous as everything. You're going to do great. So when we were at the middle school this week, on this last week, I spent a half day here and had some great conversations with students and the work they're doing. And so this is a return to work that maybe the district was doing pre-COVID, and that is a spotlight on students. And so, Yvonne, thank you so much for being the guinea pig here tonight, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet we like showing off. It's all good, right, guys?
Oh, and I'm going to make you guys, there's only one microphone, so I'm going to make you just really eat the microphone, okay?
Can you guys hear us okay? Can the
Just
crowd
barely.
hear us okay?
That's right.
Yeah, all right. All right, so first of all, yes, thank you guys for bringing the student spotlight back to the school board meetings, because this is really why we're here, right? All of our kids, they are so amazing, and it's always great to hear all of the good things that you guys are doing. So I was really excited when I heard about this, yesterday, and that's okay. It was actually Monday, because the kids planned it. So I started thinking about it. I'm like, there's a lot of national narratives that are going on out there about things that happen in public schools, and they're not always great. One of those narratives speaks to the fact that our students are not being prepared for the real world. And in Woodland Park School District, Woodland Park Middle School, that is simply not a true narrative. So our kids are going to talk a little bit about that tonight. So Family Consumer Sciences is a class that you won't find on any of our state assessments. That usually isn't written about in the newspapers. It's usually not compared to other students in other districts. As a matter of fact, most of the things that the kids learn in Family and Consumer Sciences, they didn't even know that they needed to learn. And later on in life, they're going to be like, oh man, I'm so glad I had that class. So they're going to focus on one section of it tonight, but I want to let you guys know that our Family Consumer Science teaches life skills that really empower our kids to just be great citizens of the United States. There's a child development part of it where they get to take home a fake baby for a couple of nights. Yeah, not a real one, a fake baby that actually cries, and they have to feed and change diapers and all sorts of stuff like that. There's cooking, there's sewing, there's woodwork, there's basic home improvement, like how to fix drywall if, like, when you're older and you live in an apartment and somehow a hole ends up in your drywall, you don't fix it with toothpaste. So they learn all of that in there. But tonight, what our students want to share with you guys is some of the personal finance. So the personal finance literacy that they have been working on. So we have two students here. This is Bella and Mark. And then you guys will be getting an email later because there was another student who really wanted to join, but she lives way out of town. And so she submitted a video, so I'll send that to Kelly, who will forward it on to you guys. But she really wanted you guys to hear what she had to say too. So I'll be quiet because it's about our kids.
All right, so we're here to talk to you guys today about personal financial literacy, which is a really fun part of family consumer science, and it's really, you learn a lot in the class. One thing we learned was the process for getting a job. So a lot of kids around our age, 14, 15, are looking to get a summer job sometime soon. So in personal finance, we learn how to get that job. We learn important skills such as how to fill out applications, what to wear to interviews, and we also practiced interviews, which is really helpful and gives you confidence when you want to go to an interview.
Yeah. Sorry. We also mainly talked about, like, yes, filling out job applications, and what to wear was a very important thing we went over. How to do handshakes properly and make good eye contact, and also professional language, and to not show up late.
Yeah. And another thing too, honesty, so don't lie on your resume. And so from getting a job, we learned about paychecks and what to do with your paychecks. Taxes come out of your paychecks. We learned about checking accounts and savings accounts, which was, it felt really important to learn about that stuff. So that's fun.
Yeah. We also learned how to fill out a check so you could pay. Savings accounts were very important, and also we learned out how to take out money, just in case you wanted to go bowling, as Ms. Rucker uses. Yeah, pretty much.
And we also learned to plan for retirement, which seems a long ways ahead, but...
But it's not.
All right. So now that we got our paycheck, we got to learn what do we do with it. So budgeting was a big part of this class and one of my favorite parts of the class. So we learned what to do with our money, how to split it up, and we also learned how to buy a used car, which, you know, we looked at all the models, how much we could afford, and that was really entertaining.
Personally, I was never very big into cars, so when Miss Rucker wanted us to buy a car, I was very confused, but thankfully asking questions and having Miss Rucker's help definitely made a big impact on what I know, and now I know how to buy a car.
Yeah, and I was really sad I couldn't afford a Tesla. So.
So am I.
And now we learned how to buy a used car. We also learned how to rent an apartment. So we learned about roommates, and that can seriously take a lot of weight off your back. Deposits, security deposits, and location, location, location.
yes, Miss Rucker was very concerned about location. We also learned what benefits come with apartments, and if you don't make that good of money, then don't buy something you cannot afford.
And so, now that we have cars and apartments, upkeep is something we have to worry about. So we have to learn about the prices associated with taking care of a car, such as insurance and gas. And yeah, I still can't afford that Tesla.
Another important thing was Miss Rucker wanted us to learn how to have spending money so that we could spend it on whatever we wanted to. Yes, bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the price of gas was important. And yeah, taking care of your car and how to call just in case you don't know.
Yeah, and we learned I think she called it the Gordon Ramsay style of budgeting, where you take care of your base needs first and then you go bowling, not bowling is your top priority and you can worry about food later. So.
Good thought.
Yeah, so some other things we touched on in the class was, like Bella said, how to fill out a check and balance a checkbook. Make sure to keep what you put in the register. We learned how to count change back, which personally is something we see less of. So, yeah.
We also learned about credit score and to make sure you have a good credit score and don't let your credit score go down. That would not be good.
And how to build that credit score too. So like, use your credit card to build the credit score and not go into massive debt, which was one of the reasons I couldn't afford the Tesla.
We also went over marketing and how companies try to sell us stuff with advertisements and ads. And yeah.
And then we also learned about entrepreneurship. So making our own products, we got the chance to make our own products and sell it to the class. So that was also really fun, and I enjoyed that. So yeah, overall, our class, we learned valuable skills. It was a fun class, would you say?
Yes, it was very fun.
And we are more confident and better prepared for personal finance in the future.
Yep.
Do you guys have any questions for them?
Can I be your first customer? First? Your first client.
What grades are you guys in?
8th grade.
Okay.
And give me that. The Family Consumer Science class is for all 6th grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all 3 grades. The baby class is only for 8th graders. So that is awesome. I like it when they have to take it home for a weekend and then we have a snow day. But the personal finance literacy is taught mainly in 8th grade, but in some of the other classes when they're doing cooking or sewing or woodwork, they do budgeting in those as well, just so they know how much things cost.
Well, I imagine there's a whole budgeting class around the baby class.
Oh,
There
yeah.
is, yeah.
Did you guys say anything about the cost of a phone? Because I feel like I didn't hear that, and yet
Yeah, we talked
I imagine
about
that was one of your number one priorities.
Well, yeah, we definitely talked about, like, you have spending money, so what to do with that, experiences, technology, stuff like that. So.
Okay.
Not more important than food.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, I don't know. You need the phone to do DoorDash, right? So.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? I have to tell you, I am impressed. I am very impressed. And you know, the more I learn about the things that we do at WPSD, I am just amazed. We need to advertise the community better. It's just Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank
If everybody
you.
give him a hand, please.
Well, I wouldn't want to follow them, but
If you're the chief of police, you don't really worry about following anybody. You
No.
can kind of follow anybody
you
you
worry
wish.
about him following you. That's right. So anyway, next I'd like to welcome a new member to our community, our new chief of police here in Woodland Park. And would you like to further or continue the introduction?
Chief Dessler, if you would mind taking the stand, please. You can do whatever you want to. This is your town, so.
We're going to swear you in.
And this way, everybody gets to see your face and everybody gets to know you in town. I had a chance to talk with Chris this last week, and we spent a good hour and a half talking about philosophy and vision, and was really inspired about his heart for schools, his heart for students, his heart not to pull over teachers and give them tickets on the way to school. So all of those things. But I just wanted to say welcome to our community. And,
Thank you very much.
And really thank you for the continuing energy and partnership on the school police partnership work.
Absolutely.
And the floor is yours.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, members of the board. Most importantly, those of you seated in the audience who have taken your time out of your busy day to come here, spend some time with us, members of the school administration here at Woodland Park Middle School. For the sake of discussion, I'm also a parent of a child who goes here, so I do have a vested interest in this school. A little bit about me, but before we get there, I have to tell you, I have a renewed sense of faith in our future watching what I just watched, because suddenly I was back in my kindergarten days, and suddenly I was back in my middle school days. And I will tell you that the district from where we come from in the Central Florida area is not representative of exactly what you saw here, right here. Some of the very things that these little ones did are no longer mandated in classrooms where we come from. Now, I don't know if it's a mandate here, but when my daughter came home the other day from her first few days here, one of her comments to me was, "We said the Pledge of Allegiance in class." That hit me upside the head like a brick. Good, bad, or otherwise, I just want you all to know that we're happy to be here. And I want you to get a little bit of information about why I'm here. Well, the first question that always comes to mind is, why does the Floridian want to move to the mountains? And I can see some of you all nodding your heads. I will also tell you up front, my last name is Deisler. That is German. That is the only German thing about me. I'm Italian. Can you tell by looking at me? I like to talk. You gave me a microphone. That's a bad idea. But I promise I will be respectful of your time. In short, I come to you from the city of Winter Springs, Florida. That is a suburb of Orlando, just north of Orange County, where Orlando is situated. My Seminole County law enforcement family was 7 municipalities and a sheriff's office. The city that I used to patrol since I was the age of 19 years old was a city of about 38,000 people, about 4 times what we have here, but the problems and concerns were the same. So I embarked on my law enforcement journey in 1992 as a 19-year-old kid who couldn't legally buy ammunition or alcohol, but could drive a patrol vehicle and protect a city. I started that job at $9.08 an hour. I will tell you, I would have done it for free. That is exactly how much I love what I do. I'm a second-generation law enforcement officer. I followed my father. My dad did 44 years in the business. He was a big city cop, city of Orlando, then the Orange County, Florida Sheriff's Office. And after he got to 44 years, he finally said, "I'm done." And I reminded him that that was the penalty he paid for having another son in 1994. So had he not had another kid, had to put him to school, he'd been able to quit a lot earlier than that. But anyway, nonetheless, joking aside, when I got to a turning point in my career in the city of Winter Springs, after 30 years there, I was able to rise to the ranks, serving as a chief since 2019. It simply became a matter of what next. Those of you who have been in a job or a discipline for that long understand where I'm coming from. Someone said a second ago that retirement looked like it was far down the road. That young man has no clue how fast it's going to come. When I remember starting, I thought 30 years was going to be so far down the road, and it literally flew past me. I left a very, very good police department, one that I love dearly, and I still do. I always have a soft spot for them. But it was simply time to go. I had to just make room for someone else to take over and continue to do what we were doing. One of the biggest tenets we had in our police department was school safety and security. That was one of the biggest things that we had direct involvement with through the sheriff's office. In my former jurisdiction, the sheriff's office was the point for school safety and security, but some of the agencies had local school resource officers that went into the campuses. Most of them were deputies. Where am I going with this? We were on the cutting edge and at the tip of the spear with safety and security measurements. That's a fact. Parkland, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, we were at the forefront of discussions in that commission. A representative of the sheriff's office, who is a good friend of mine, Captain Rick Francis, was actually a member of the MSD Commission, testified in front of them. We formulated our school safety and security plan around the MSD Commission's recommendations, but we did it before it was popular. So what I'm telling you is that when I had my discussions with Superintendent Neal during my process, that is one of the fundamental things that I take very near and dear to my heart, not only as a parent, but as your chief. So I hope that I make that point very clear, where my mindset is. You'll also notice that from time to time I'm going to look for a bottle of water because I'm adjusting to that lack of humidity thing. That's a big, here he goes. Yes, sir. That's a big deal for me. I didn't realize how hard that was going to hit me, but that one just smacked me right upside the head. In any event, when it got time to find what the next chapter was, my wife and I decided to pursue that dream that we had about coming to the mountains. Of course, our daughter being 13, what do you do with school? How does that look? I moved in school twice when I was a kid, once in 7th grade, once in 10th grade, so I understood the challenges that she was going to face. But when they both pushed their chips in and said, we're ready, it was basically a matter of see what you can find. So I did, and I got to looking. City of Woodland Park's ad was the first one I found. Give me a second to uncork this. So I started looking at the ad and figured out a little bit about the town. Place looks beautiful, right? All I gotta do is look out these windows. So the next question came up. Why do they need a chief? So I started my homework. Those of you who are residents or have lived through here probably understand some of the trials that the police department has been through. I want you all to understand something that I have grown to know in my first almost 3 weeks of working alongside them. They have filled a huge void for me, personally and professionally, because of the dedication they've shown your police department during a time where they could have simply said, this isn't worth it, and left. So hats off to you, my friend, for being one of them. I'm going to save you all the long extrapolated version, but after Thanksgiving, I reached out to a bunch of different community members through emails and then through subsequent phone calls. Some of them are seated in the room today. I won't call them out by name, but they know who they are. And all I wanted to do was find out whether or not I could serve you well and still do the job that I loved to do, but do it in a way that would be representative of how you wanted it done. And I learned more. And at a time where someone like me, who reached a juncture in his career of 30 years, might look to slow down a bit and say, let's coast out the last 10 or 12 and run away from this, I ran to it because I thought I could do well for you and for them. So quite honestly, I'm here because I chose to be. Fortunately, everything worked out. And I'm absolutely grateful and honored to be standing here as your chief of police. So I will tell you, we have a lot of things we're going to do. A lot. And it's going to be fun. Sit back and watch. But you all are going to be vital to the transformation. Do you understand? As parents, as community members, as concerned citizens. Because we're going to start some outreach programs. And we're going to bring you in and allow you to talk with me to find out how better can we serve you. Because the problem in the agency is not the officers. You know that already. So now what we're going to do is we're going to bring some new life and some new blood in, and we're going to try to reinvigorate things and get the place moving in the right direction. Not because I want it, but because they do. So on that note, here we are, 1,840 some odd miles away. I will tell you that I do not want to drive across Kansas ever again. And you laugh, but I'm telling you, I was ready to pull out incisors with pliers. It was just like, is this over? And if you recall back about 3 weeks ago, there was a storm that blew through. They had a portion of 70 closed at the border. There were some semis that blew over in the ditch. Well, when we left Woodland Park for the journey this way, I wasn't sure what I was going to get. You know, here, my wife, one snowflake falls and she thinks the whole road is iced up because she's a Florida girl. She's never been out of Florida for living anywhere, and I have some Pittsburgh blood, so I kind of get the whole snow thing, but man, she was crazy about it. So we made the long journey here, and we're happy to be here. Again, I'm going to be mindful of your time because I really could talk forever. That's just how passionate about it I am. But rest assured, I am here for all of you. I serve you, the officers on the org chart. They all work underneath me, but in reality, I serve them, and I provide them with what they need to be successful and work well for all of you in a manner that you are accustomed. So having said all that, I'm going to probably get off the mic here in a second and let you all get back to business, but reach out to me, contact me, involve our office again. If you have a good relationship with the police department, great. I'll ask you to continue it. If you have one that perhaps you might have a little bit of history with, I'm going to ask you to involve me in the process, and let's turn new pages. Okay? So without that, we can't do what we do. So I'll let you guys get back to your meeting. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to stay after class for about 5 minutes before I go home and try to find something that resembles dinner. Thank you all for humoring me. Your time, your involvement in your community says a lot for you being here. Feel free to engage me in our community forums as we get going into June. You're probably going to see some announcements about that. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you all very much. Again, members of the board, Dr. Neal, members of the staff, and especially those little ones who were running around here and just kind of gave me a breath of fresh air. I thank all of you, and have a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Deisler. And welcome to Woodland Park. Okay, next on our agenda, comments by our superintendent and the board of directors. Does anyone have any comments on the board?
I can go first, that's fine. Just briefly, to report to the board, I was able to spend a half day again in each school. Really great interacting, emotion, but in passion, with some good ideas, some great ideas about how we can do better and how I can do better. And so really was humbling. The last one he was here at the middle school. I have a daughter in 6th grade here, and so it was, I got to visit with my child's own teacher, but in the professional sense, really rewarding to be a part of that. Later on this evening, you all will hear a resolution dedicating a period of time to our teaching profession and to our teachers. And so we're coming up on that time of year, which is an expression, but I just wanted to say I was very humbled to be in our schools and got a list of things to get done. And so it was really good. Second item is just to thank Miss Stephanie for the kids that were here earlier. And I talked to her on Thursday last week about doing this on Wednesday, and she made it happen. Miss Yvonne made it happen, and so truly great to have kids back in our board meeting. Finally is to thank the members of the public, and sorry for the plastic seats this evening. We're trying to honor kids at the high school that are doing rehearsal this evening and not mess with the set that's up for the drowsy chaperone that's coming. And so thank you for your patience. I feel like we have enough seats in the room. If we need more seats, there are some in the back as well. So thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Neal. Are there any board members who have any comments to make?
Yes, I do. I want to say good evening to everyone. It really, truly is wonderful to see everyone here. And I do mean everyone. It's only coming together like this that we can move forward. And as, I don't know if you know, but Dr. Neal's going to stay with us, correct?
That's my end of the night announcement.
And I
Thank you,
truly,
sir.
I truly look forward to a positive and fruitful relationship with Superintendent Dr. Neal, and focusing on teachers' pay raises and educational choice, just to mention a few, to jointly work together at other challenges and opportunities facing our district. And I think we can all agree to work together in the true spirit of cooperation. I am also aware that the national narratives are out there at play on both sides of the aisle. While good debate and discussion is always welcome, it's when the lines are crossed, when attacks are made to include those on social media platforms. And it's those times that we need to remember that students, that we as adults, we're trying to help them. I would respectfully ask that we refocus and renew our energy to the kids. We need to continue to try to work together, the board, superintendent, teachers, and our parents until we solve the challenges that are facing us. I work for you and our children and our parents. I'm not driven or impacted by the national movement or ideology. I am a citizen volunteer who stepped up forward nearly 6 months ago to serve our community as an unpaid position because I care about our kids and their education. And our children, they found themselves in a virtual learning environment due to the pandemic. Many of our parents got a firsthand look at educational platforms and materials that may not have otherwise have been exposed to. And as a result, our parents saw some wonderful aspects of the curriculum here and a number of things that caused concern or at a minimum raised questions. We have endeavored to listen to all sides and parents and to our teachers, and we will continue to do so. We need a chance to complete that work. We need your continued faith and confidence and feedback to do so. Attacks and assumptions made in social media or about the board are disruptive and sadly are not useful or honorable. It's very important to work on behalf of our students and teachers. The truth in our schools, the truth is the capacity in our schools are currently without measure. They're below capacity. So without measure to increase enrollment, hard decisions may be needed to make sure that we are doing the right things in our fiduciary oversight responsibility into the taxpayers' money. We have a $39 million budget that requires careful and responsible oversight. We are doing that. Our children, the children of this community, deserve the very best education that we can provide. There should not be a system of winners or losers in our community. We need to come together as a community. We need to explore options in an open and transparent way, including the very valuable input received by the parents and the teachers, and many of the people are in this room this evening to do what is right for us all. So in conclusion, I believe the role of our schools is to prepare our children in the very best way we can for an uncertain future. The generation has, and that is just what these children showed us. This generation has lived through the nation's longest war. The Afghanistan war has been going on for 20 years. They've lived through a 2-year pandemic and now face incredible global unrest and another war in Europe. We need to prepare them to enter the job market, as these students showed us, to go to college or undergo vocational training and provide them with essential problem-solving and life skills, and so much more. So folks, we need to get back to the basics to the finest education system that we can provide. I have faith that working together with fellow board members, Superintendent Dr. Neal, and with the folks in this room this evening, our parents, our wonderful teachers, and administrators, that we can and we will accomplish that mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Any other board members have anything they'd like to say at this time?
I'll make my comment at the end.
Okay. I have something here that I'd like to read on behalf of one of the board's or the school district's attorneys, Brad Miller. He's been working for the board since November, and the school district, I should say, not just the board of directors. So I have a statement here from him. He wanted to make the board aware that I want to make the board aware, and the people you hear tonight, that Brad Miller has requested to step away from some of his obligations to the board, specifically related to the Merit Academy Charter School and any related charter matters. He's completed a great deal of work on the project and feels it's nearly at its conclusion, which appears to be a great time to step away. Knowing the good work is almost complete, moving forward, we've asked Dr. Neal, or Brad has asked Dr. Neal, to find a legal firm to complete the work and assist the board in other matters. Kaplan and Ernst has been selected over the past week and will be completing the work on the charter contract and other matters. I want to personally thank Mr. Miller for his service to the district and convey to the Kaplan and Ernst team that we look forward to the work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rusterholz.
David, could I say something too?
Yes, please.
I'm glad to hear that statement, and as I understand it, Mr. Miller and his law firm, Miller Farmer, they still do represent the district and the board, just not on this specific item which relates to the chartering process with Merit Academy, so that's clear. And as I understand, our attorney from Kaplan Ernest, Melissa Barber, is present here today and will be participating in the executive session later.
No pressure. I think she drove 3.5 hours to get here. So,
Well, that's
Melissa,
great,
are you in the room already? And I'm not sure if you've arrived. There she is. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it a lot.
I did want to talk a little bit about priorities. I know that's going to be a part of our discussion later. One of the things I'm excited about with this agenda, and this is another full agenda, is that we're going to be continuing the important work of reaching a charter agreement with the Merit Academy. I know we have at least 2 board members from the Merit Academy here today. I welcome them. I appreciate the work that they have put into forming that school and educating, what is it, over 150 kids over there right now? Something like that. So it's been tremendous work. I've been to the school. As people know, my wife, Katie Illingworth, was at one time a member of the board. I have 3 kids in the school. I have a kid at Gateway. Everybody's heard that. But I do want to thank them for being here and the work they've done. Chartering Merit Academy is something that I campaigned on. It's something that I said was a first priority, I think, at our first meeting. I know I've had emails that have said that have been disseminated amongst the public. So there's no secret to that. And it's been a very long public process. I see here we're approving minutes March 5th, 9th, 16th, 30th, April 1st, and I'm like, holy cow, have we had that many meetings in a month's time? But that's what it's been. It's been a very public and transparent process. We've had lots of discussions. We've had lots of discussions with the public, with the board, with various committees. We've had briefings from attorneys. We've had executive sessions, I think, to discuss certain things. We've had the memorandum of understanding, which is again on the agenda today. And so the reason that to me Merit Academy was always an exciting opportunity and challenge to take up for this district was because it made a great deal of sense to bring Merit Academy in as a charter school, to bring those students into their home district. For those who worry a great deal about funding, it brings funding back into the district. You know, I know from my work with the UP BOCES committee that Merit Academy, for instance, has 14 special education students that they educate. Those students all came from our school district. As a result, the funding that we share through the UP BOCES has diminished. We have lost money because Merit Academy stands independent of the school district. The joining of that school and those students in their home district, I think, makes a ton of sense for the Woodland Park School District. It brings kids back into our buildings. It brings teachers and staff who were once part of the district back to the district, and it brings the attendant financing that is important to the education and maintenance of this district back into the district. So those are some of the reasons it was always a #1 priority for me. But I am also excited because, as Mr. Miller's statement says, I believe we are close to finishing that priority. And as Mr. Brevetto was so good to do, he moved to amend the agenda to add teacher compensation, which is my next #1 priority. I am very excited that we will be doing both in this meeting. And I think, having worked with the directors during the campaign, I could probably move right now to have a resolution to direct the superintendent to add at least a, say, 5% raise across the board, and I would get a majority vote for it. But I'd probably get some really unpleasant looks from the superintendent and from Mr. Gustafson for hijacking the budget process that they are going to be working so hard on. But I do anticipate asking the board to work together, both in this meeting and in upcoming meetings, to find a way to make sure that raising teacher pay is a top budget priority as we go into the next fiscal year. And it's a natural segue, I think, because bringing Merit Academy in as a charter school is about one of my campaign priorities, which was growing this district. This district, it's no secret, has gone through tremendous decline in student enrollment for 10 years, and that decline has gotten really bad over the past 4 or 5 years. We must do everything we can to attract students into these schools, to attract families into this community. Merit Academy goes a long way towards that priority. But just as important are talented teachers. If we do not have teachers to teach those kids, then we will not have schools and we will not have our students. We must have the best, we must have the brightest, we must retain those who have poured their heart and their service into dedication to our kids in this school district. We don't want them leaving for greener pastures. We want them, like Chief Dessler, we want them coming here. And it's no secret that our teachers are not at competitive wages in some fashion when we look at the districts we're competing with, whether regionally or whether in similar size and student body, like Elizabeth, Colorado. And so I strongly urge that we make this a priority. We must be competitive, not just within the district by having our charter school and our traditional schools. We must be competitive with the other school districts down in El Paso County, down in Manitou, even in further places. We must be competitive to draw the talent here, to make sure teachers feel like this is a place they can live, this is a place where they can have a career, and this is a place where they can succeed. So I think this is going to be a great meeting. We're going to do some great work here, and we're going to be tackling a priority that is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Illingworth.
Thank you, Mr. Illingworth. Superintendent, Dr. Neal.
So this evening we have public comment. We'll read that statement in just a minute. I am pleased to announce that we're going to be able to hear all of the public comments in the hour that we've set aside for that. So we have 9 public comments. They're stapled together. Thank you, Lindsay, for actually going through the effort of keeping this process as clean as possible. I was just going to draw these out of a hat in order, but it turns out we have about 45 minutes allocated for this process. And so Mr. Russell, I believe I'm overstepping if I'm speaking before your statement, but I just want to let the public know that we're ready to have public comment for everybody that had expressed an interest to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. Here's our public comment policy. Please be aware that any personal or individual student matters are considered confidential under Colorado law. And it is out of respect of that law and our employees and students that we require those discussions to take place privately in executive session. It is also requested that no personal attacks be made on any student, teacher, parent, individual board director. We ask for your kindness and respect, and I assure you I will return that to you. It's also requested that individual comments be limited to 5 minutes, or a total of 20 minutes total for one particular topic. We don't have to worry about that tonight. The intent of public comment is to give the Board of Education the opportunity to hear your comments. However, the board will make no decision or take no action on public comment during the meeting. Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. President, these are in the order in which I opened them. Thank you again, Lindsay, for stapling these. Anne Marie, and I can't read the last name, I'm sorry, but I believe it's Frizana. Thank you, I appreciate it. Please come to the,
Where
Aubrey is on deck after that.
is this the only microphone that we have?
And then Aaron O'Connell is on deck after that. And so if the two of you wouldn't mind, and we're going to try sitting tonight if you don't mind. I think it's, as the kids already did, it was easier for the kids, Mr. President, to just go ahead and set it up that way. So it's kind of casual. Sorry.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Anne Marie Friesma. I have lived in Woodland Park for 20 years. I have 6 kids. My husband and my daughter graduated from Woodland Park High School, and my son is a sophomore there. At one time, all of 6 of my kids and many of our foster kids at various times have attended all 5 schools in Woodland Park School District. I have taught in this district, and I love this town. I have so many friends and family here, and I'm committed to making it a place where my kids and your kids can thrive. 5 of my own 6 children have a disability. I am a mama who fights hard for my kids with special needs. I'm also a teacher who fights hard for your kids with special needs. So I want to tell you about the best job that I've ever had at the best school I've ever worked for, Merritt Academy. As we jumped into our first weeks as a new school, we quickly realized that there was a large number of students enrolled at Merritt that were there because their parents wanted something different for them. These parents were desperate to have a school where their child felt safe and loved, and they wanted their children's special needs met on a level that they were not able to before. As the director of student support, I saw these huge needs and immediately worked to create exactly what these students needed. Every time I asked our board of directors for more help or more resources, they said, yes, whatever you need. Merritt quickly established programs for students that needed reading intervention, social emotional support, special accommodations, or extra adult support. We currently have a full-time certified special education teacher, a full-time reading interventionist, full-time behavior specialist, a half-time math and literacy and movement learning coach, 3 half-time support teachers, 2 full-time special education paras, a half-time kindness coach, and a half-time special ed admin assistant. Our staff includes special education service providers that include a counselor, physical therapist, occupational therapist, speech and language pathologist, audiologist, vision specialist, and school psychologist. We have 17 students on IEPs, 7 on 504 plans, 3 gifted talented students on ALPs, with several more being identified, 12 students on READ plans, and 31 students receiving support under MTSS. That is 70 students who receive some sort of extra support at Merritt Academy. It feels like a large number, but so many families, like mine, wanted more for their kids, and every single one of these 70 students are thriving. Every single IEP meeting, 504 meeting, READ plan meeting, and MTSS meeting that we have with parents, I sit across the table and hear them say the same thing over and over again. My child feels safe and loved, and they are thriving, and we couldn't be happier with Merit Academy. As we move into our second year after the most challenging year that our teachers and staff have ever experienced in their careers, every single staff member, except one, is planning to return. And she's only moving because her husband got transferred out of state. I think that says a lot about what we're doing and who we are. We love our kids and your kids. This is what is right, and this is what is good. Just like what you choose for your children is right and good. All the schools here in Woodland Park have great qualities. Choose where you want your children to be educated. I hope they feel safe and loved and are thriving. This world is hard enough. Let's be in this together so that our kids can thrive right where they are, right where you choose for them to be.
Thank you, Ms. Frisama.
Thank you very much.
Aubrey Williams, thank you. And after Aubrey will be Aaron O'Connell.
So my name is Aubrey Williams. Thank you for opening this up for public comment. So I've lived here about 4 years in Woodland Park. And really, I just wanted to come and support what's going on here and what you guys are faced with. And I just want to encourage you and say thank you. And thank you for having conviction and doing the right thing for the children and having courage in a time when courage can cost you. So I just want to say, well, if it's okay, I just want to impart peace to you and wisdom that you have the answers and you'll make the right decisions and that you will be guided and that you'll have peace at the end of the day when you go to sleep at night, knowing that you did the right thing and that you stood up for what was right and you lived by the convictions that are really, really important and valuable to preserve at this point in time. And for everybody else here, I just want to release peace over you. I don't know when the last time you experienced peace was in such a crazy time, but you're not alone, and you are loved and you are cared about. And I just pray peace for you as you go to sleep at night, and that you will feel the value of your life, and you will feel that you're meant to be here at this time in history, and that you have a destiny to make an impact in this world for good, and you can do it. So thank you, board. Thank you for all your hard work and for your perseverance. And we believe in you, we're behind you, we support you, and thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you very much.
Aaron O'Connell, and then after Aaron will be Melva Harris, and then followed by Jean Harris.
Okay. Hi again. I know that you're used to me getting up here and calling out policy issues and governance concerns and financial and ethical incidents and the need for database decisions, and I can go on and on. It's going to be a little different tonight, but I have to sidebar into what just happened in the last 20 minutes. This is the Woodland Park School District. We come in here and board members want to exclusively talk about Merit Academy. There is a whole list of chairs for Merit. Never have I seen reserved for the WPEA. Never have I seen it reserved for these teachers and these staff members or these students. This is the Woodland Park School District. If you wanted to be on the merit board, you should have run for the merit board. I understand that the initial goal was to bring them into our district. I understand that was your whole platform. I mean, it is very obvious. You're not shy about that. But you still represent the students, teachers, staff in Woodland Park, the ones who are currently going to school here. I love a lot of the merit teachers. Mary, you know I love you. And respect her and her kids and her vision and her choice of schools. But this is the Woodland Park School District. Please act like it.
Aaron, hold on just a second. Hey, I want to hear everything that Erin has to say, and I know that she has lots and lots of support, so if we could just keep the applause till the very end, that would be great. Thank you.
I also really, really appreciate the merit teachers and parents who get up here, and almost exclusively, I agree with everything that they say. Their vision for their kids, what they want for their schooling, the community they want to create. I agree with so much that they say, but you know what makes me sad is that this board did not create an environment where our own teachers felt safe to come up and talk about what they want to give and how they are impacted by the students. They do not feel safe to come up here. And another school's district can come up here and say that to you? Why aren't you asking the question? Why is it me? Why aren't you up there saying, where are our teachers? We want to hear from you. Why aren't you saying that? And go back to what I was originally going to say. I always have a speech planned, and then you all do something crazy every time I walk in here, and I just can't keep my mouth shut. Okay. Recently, our community, our school district, and our libraries were blatantly attacked by Andrew Womack, the founder of CARIS and the Truth and Liberty Coalition. He said there are spies in our school, in our school board, and they have a list of books they want banned. As a result of that, there has been anger, fear, and more importantly, bravery. I wrote an email this week listing some of my frustrations with the board, and I said, they've criticized anyone who doesn't agree with them. They've attacked or discriminated against teachers, liberals, unions, Democrats, members of the community who oppose them, people from different nationalities, and those with disabilities. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I'm just wondering when the target is going to be on me for that. And when these kids here, but that's not what we're seeing, okay? I have kids here today and who are too afraid to come because they're already harassed for being a part of the community or being allies. You have not set the tone for being a safe place for marginalized groups. If you want that to change, you need to take action. You cannot get up here and say, oh, if people would stop talking about me on social media, or if people would stop doing this, you need to say, here is what I am going to do to make sure our students feel safe at all times.
1 minute.
Thank you. To your credit, you have not up to this point banned any books or openly discriminated against a vibrant community that I'm a part of. But with all due respect, I'm kind of expecting that to change based on your past actions. And if it does, you better believe I will be right back here with a very different speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Next up is Ms. Melva Harris.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Melva Harris. This is the first time I've attended one of the meetings here, and I'm not a parent, but I'm certainly concerned about youth. Our future depends on our youth. As I listened to the previous speakers, the first thing that came to mind for me was thinking about our Constitution. The only reason we have a Constitution today is because the members, when things were difficult, they prayed. I had heard that That was something that was here, but then that was stopped. I know that we are living in a time when most people assume that they have all the knowledge, they don't need God, they don't need the Bible, they don't need to pray. But what I do see happening is things that never happened in the past. We didn't have the shootings in the school as we have today. We didn't have the division. People were different. Even as the young lady was saying, there have always been different people, whether they were physically, emotionally, mentally, or going through challenges. They've been different. But there was prayer in the schools, and that had a lot to do with the environment. And what I'm saying is simply this. I don't expect any schools to truly make it, that's just my opinion, if they think that as the nation has attempted to cast God out, as homes have attempted to cast God out, I'm not trying to make anybody Christian. That is not my purpose. But I need you to understand that there are certain things in life that do impact what happens in life. And since we in this country have become so bold, we feel that we can do it all ourselves. We've watched our educational system deteriorate. We've watched crime grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And if these youth are our future, but they really believe that they are their own gods, we're not going to make it. And all I'm saying is, I think the school really has done itself a disservice, the school board, when they say that we don't need prayer. Only those people who want prayer, when you have a meeting, that's fine, but no one makes anybody participate when prayer is going on. But even as bad as things are in federal government, they have prayer, and so are their meetings. And yet we, as small as we are, think that we don't have to have it. I just wanted to share my heart because I have such a concern for children today, because their confusion gets greater and greater as we attempt to raise them without anything except our own concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris.
Next on deck, we have Jean Harris, followed by Aiden Walcott and Rachel Stewart. Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
That's what you get for being tall. I'm sorry.
Yeah, really. I can bend over. Good evening. My name is Gene Harris, and I'm going to be really brief, so there might be room for some other speakers. And this is not to be meant to be offensive, but I'm going to quote the Courier, less than a year on the job, Matthew Neal has cast his net toward a larger sea of students. I got to be honest, that makes me wonder why. And that's a personal decision, and you are obviously free to do what's best for you and your family, but I kind of go, huh. I'm encouraging the new members of the board to remember who put you on the board and why. The mission that they approved through casting their votes for you. I'm also calling on the voters who voted for you to actually show up at these meetings so that their voices can be heard as well as all the other voices that are here. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. It's good to see a full room at these school board meetings. We don't need another 10 years of apathy toward our school district, our schools, and our kids. There needs to be community involvement. So, yeah, I think it's good to have a full room, even though we don't agree, and that's okay, as several other people have said tonight. And my last remark is just to all the school board members, new and old. You have a hard job balancing all of these demands that are being placed on you that we don't even know about, a lot of them. So I just want to close by saying thank you for serving.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much.
Aiden Walcott, followed by Rachel Stewart, and then Angela Walcott.
I'd like to pass, please.
Of course, no problem. So we're going to pass on Aiden Walcott. Rachel Stewart, you have now been accelerated to first speaker. Angela Walcott, and we'll close the evening again in the order that these just came up with Miss Carol Greenstreet.
Hi, my name is Rachel Stewart. I've lived in Woodland Park for 6 years. I'm an active high school mountain bike coach and will soon have a child in this district. Also, as a taxpayer in Woodland Park, I believe it necessary that before work begins on the merit initiatives, it is important that the community see the feasibility study to create transparency. In addition, the community deserves to know the extra costs of now 2 lawyers, which we were made aware of tonight. Thank you, and love is love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. I didn't even get a chance to start my timer on that one, so know that if you want to come back next month, you have probably 4.5 minutes left. Angela Walcott, thank you for coming. And yes, sometimes there is confidence in numbers.
All right, I wrote this letter. Dear Woodland Park School District Board of Directors, it is with great sadness that my husband and I will be withdrawing our 2 sons from Woodland Park School District after this year. It is very important to us that you hear and understand our story and realize that this decision was not made lightly. We are devastated. My husband wanted to be here but had to coach soccer. Instead, my oldest son, Aiden, is sitting here in support of LGBTQ plus rights. My husband and I purchased our Woodland Park home back in 2010. Since then, we have been happily living in this beautiful town, paying taxes and being a part of the community. It is very important to my husband and I that our children go to their neighborhood schools. To have them go to school in the community for which we reside is a priority to us. Our sons had gone to Columbine Elementary from kindergarten to 5th grade and could not have been happier with their education. They have since carried on friendships from Columbine, as have I. They currently go to Woodland Park Middle School, and we are just as happy with their education. The teachers there are very student-centered. My boys love going to school. That says a lot about middle school. Our oldest tried forensics and jazz band for the first time and has thrived beyond any expectations. Our youngest son has managed straight A's for most of the year for the first time, and it is due foremost to the incredible teachers, as well as the Summit platform. He is an 11-year-old boy and can be forgetful, yet having his curriculum at his fingertips, no matter where he goes, has given him the opportunity to be successful and feel really good about himself. The line that is so often referred to as something negative is a pacing line that he appreciates. It just shows him what to focus on now and what not to focus on yet. Their schools are shining beacons in this town, and I appreciated that they were able to experience a harmonious place to live and learn. That is up until the new board members were elected. This is the part where I pinpoint exactly why we are moving our children to a new school district. I'm honestly embarrassed for you and your actions. It is revolting for you to focus your actions so far to the right that you are unable to even show kindness to those who do not share your same beliefs. There has always been political differences in our community, as there is in every community, but we are all adults about it, courteous to those we disagree with. Since your election, it seems as though you have prioritized your agenda to divide our community. In fact, there is a direct quote from you that states, "Divide, scatter, and conquer." And you referred to our teachers as enemies. How dare you all? What an absolute disgrace and disservice to our community. The fact that a board member came to our school and was so disrespectful and so shameful and then on several occasions was given the opportunity to apologize and then didn't, is astounding. The fact that you hold your head up high shows me exactly who you are. I am fearful my children would have the misfortune to have you walk into their classroom one day, and for that reason, we are withdrawing our children. You, sir, may not just say anything as you please with absolute disrespect to humanity and the educational system just because you were born near Trump. As a person in your position...
Please direct it to the whole board.
Okay.
Thank
As
you.
a person in your position, you should have honor, and you all do not. Your excuses in the paper and in the meetings are nearly as bad as the act itself. Having another, well, I'll to the board, sorry, now I wrote a name, but to have a board member enter our school libraries and start the process of book banning per the request of her puppet master, Womack, is shocking. Attacking gay rights...
Please wait till the end and no more disruptions, please. Thank you.
Attacking gay rights, what are we, in 1950? Your job is to move us forward, not take us back decades. And for this reason, we are removing our children. You all need to do better. Our children deserve to go to their community schools. If I were your friend, I would be mortified. If I were your family member, I would be horrified. And if I were you, I would resign immediately to focus on personal growth.
1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Each one of you owes my children an apology. Signed, previous Woodland Park School District parents Angela and Gabriel Wolcott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolcott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolcott, for your heartfelt comments. Ms. Greenstreet, if you would close us out for a public comment for the evening.
Good evening. I'm a former board member addressing you as board members about something important to me, which is policy governance. It may be boring, and I'm going to be as fast as I can because there's a whole lot here, but I think it's really important. History is important. We should learn from it. Our founding fathers knew the need for guardrails in government. For you, our local Board of Education, state laws, and local board policies fill that role. Board governance is an essential component of school board's responsibilities and should be given just as much attention and care as oversight duties. Equally as important as oversight, board governance requires thinking, acting, and writing in ways that exemplify leadership and assure the friends and neighbors that elected each board member that they are capable of fulfilling the district's needs. Good board governance instills public trust, establishes a welcoming and accessible environment for every constituent, and invites open and consistent communication between all stakeholders in a community. As I've personally observed meetings, seen posted email communications, and have personal email communications with you, I've observed policy violations, including, but not limited to, the following. During a conversation caught by 3 directors next to an open mic at the last meeting, one director, upset that the superintendent did not say what I told him to say. That is a violation of GP 3, encouraging diversity in viewpoints and making collective decisions as indicated it was an individual, not board directive. And were the mic not open, it would have been a violation of open meeting law in GP 4-5, where 3 were discussing board business in private. This statement leads me to wonder if everything said by administrators is censored by 1 or more directors. An email from one director to the superintendent encourages him to prepare a list of administrators to replace and directing him to offer the list to he and President Rusterholz this week. This action is a violation of GP 4-15, which states, direction must be given as a whole board after discussion and agreement for one voice. GP 4-8, which states, board members shall not assess staff or direct them. GP 3, the board will respect clear distinction between board and superintendent roles, as the superintendent is the board's only employee. And GP 5-2, board members do not have or may not attempt to exercise individual authority over district except as explicitly set forth on board policies. At one meeting, the superintendent apologized to one director that he had not gotten the information they had requested to him yet, leading me to the conclusion that individual directors are requesting information from the superintendent and perhaps other staff. This violates GP 4-3, stating that requests for information go through the president, be available for all, and discussed in open meeting. At the March meeting, many directors spoke in support of a director. The complaint made at the meeting in February by a high school senior and a staff member should have been investigated by the board in an open meeting, requesting information from other students and staff attending the meeting, and at the very least, reaching out to the student who spoke. I did not observe any discussion around this in a meeting. How did you conclude that there was nothing behind the complaint? Was it by email, communication of another source? This is a violation of GP 4-6, that any information shared with the board is to prepare them for discussion, not take the place of discussion. GP 8 discusses meetings. Notice of work sessions must include topics to be discussed. Special board meetings must not include business other than that stated in the notice. I do not believe board housekeeping is an adequate notice for anything to be voted on. At the last meeting, one director stated the reason he was on the board was to approve Merit Academy. That is a violation of GP 5-1, which states, board members must represent the interests of citizens of the entire school district. This accountability to the whole district supersedes any conflicting loyalty to other advocacy or special interest groups or citizens of a director district and membership on other boards or staffs. It also supersedes the personal interests of any board member. An example of this is pushing the decision of housing merit without taking the time to look at what is best for the whole and considering the actual cost of remodeling.
1 minute.
Board representation is required on some district committees. According to the December 8 meeting minutes, due to time constraints, committee assignments were tabled. This board has not followed GP 7 in assigning committee representation, or it has somehow been accomplished outside of open meetings. Either way, it's a violation. I'm grateful to the Board of Education members that took the time to carefully consider future boards when rewriting these in 2018. I'm grateful for those that challenged me and others to follow these policies. The entire board is to self-monitor policies. At any time you are out of compliance, any board member that is aware of it is to bring it forward to the entire group. At a board meeting in February, one of the directors asked the attorney if these policies were legally binding. I don't know the answer to this, but as a citizen, my expectation is that these policies will be followed. It's sad that doing the right thing is only viewed as staying within the law. As history teaches us, even if we believe the decisions by this body are in favor of our own personal interests, we must still hold you accountable to staying within the guardrails. If not, we are setting ourselves up for the next body to act without restraint, and they may not act in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Greenstreet.
Thank you, Mrs. Greenstreet. And as I would always say to a former board member, thank you for your service to our Woodland Park School District. Yes.
Okay, next on our agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent calendar? Or that was accepted during our original. We have discussion, number 8, discussion and information.
You were correct the first time.
Your first hunch was correct, sorry.
My first hunch was correct. All right, do I have a motion to accept the consent calendar?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call.
Austin.
Aye.
Brevetto.
Aye.
Illingworth.
Aye.
Patterson.
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Aye. Moving on to number 8, discussion and information. A, UPass BOCES structure. Dr. Neal, will you please?
My pleasure. I'll be brief on the next couple items. Particularly one of them has already been read out for the attorney discussion. With regards to the UPass BOCES, I wanted to make the board aware and the general public that the discussions are in place to separate from the BOCES over the next year and a half. And so it's a long process. The way the BOCES has been developed 19 years ago was the collaboration of 3 school districts. That would be our district, Manitou Springs, and Cripple Creek. In that environment or in that relationship, we have 2 board representatives. Manitou has 2 board representatives, and Cripple Creek has 1 due to the size of the school district. It is the desire of the Manitou Springs School District to create their own entity of special education services to their students. So to that end, that board will be moving forward to solidify their individual role without the need of a BOCES and without the support of a BOCES type relationship where they're sharing in between districts. So this is more of a formal announcement to the board that over the next 6 months between now and the 1st of September, with the help of my esteemed colleagues, that we'll be looking at the language in the law to move forward. We would have a couple options. One option would be to continue to partner with Cripple Creek to maintain a BOCES between the 2 organizations. The other option would be to internalize our work and be our own special education service department. We did have this conversation with staff last Thursday afternoon. I did not, Thursday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, the days kind of bleed together. In advance of the Manitou Springs board meeting where they were discussing the same item, I wanted to make sure that our special education staff felt loved, appreciated, and that there was a guarantee on our part to make sure they are all felt part of our school, regardless of whether they're working for BOCES or us. That relationship doesn't change. We need them to support our kids. And so we don't anticipate a lot of change for the staff level, although we would look for administrative support in some ways to replace Marcy, should we choose to come in, or Andrew and Marcy, should we choose to bring those services in-house. We would have a year, once the State Board of Education was to approve that, to try to make that happen. So we're looking at fall of '23 for any, let's say, our own special education department to happen. That would give Mr. Gustafson and the finance team time to budget for headcount and staffing that would be needed to have our own internal special education services. We would also look at other service providers to help with services such as Pikes Peak BOCES, the Mountain BOCES. Quite frankly, we are right now in the real exploratory stage, and we'll be through the discussion over the next 6 months. That discussion will include our special education staff. We're not going to make a decision without the support and discussion of our SPED staff, including our paraprofessionals, our administrators, and our parents involved in that process. So we're not going to go out and just decide. We're going to ask them for their feedback of what makes sense. We're limited. We cannot start our own new BOCES. You must have a minimum of 4,000 students to do that. And so we would really only have a couple choices, which I've already illustrated. So at a later date, when we come up with a plan of what we're wanting to do or what we're legally allowed to do, we will be bringing that plan back to the board for approval, for discussion, then the following month for approval. And so it'll become a time of what do we want to be when we grow up, so to speak, as a special education provider to our great SPED students. And this would also include all students on the spectrum, including our gifted and talented students as well. So any questions on that item?
Matthew, you said you have to have 4,000 students to be a BOCES?
That's correct, to start a BOCES.
Okay, so we can continue with less than 4,000.
We can continue, although I do feel that the Cripple Creek School Board will be choosing to establish their own independent relationship as well.
Okay.
Is kind of what their team is indicating.
Right, okay.
So in some ways, the decision is being not ours. We'll have to kind of watch and see what Cripple Creek wants to do. But we'll bring that information sometime in late June or August. We have and Kelly kind of kicked me a little bit today to remind the board, July is a great time to take holidays because we won't have a board meeting in July. And so it'll either need to be in June or in August that we'd kind of bring back some of that proposal for an approval in September. Thank you,
Any
sir.
other questions? Okay, moving on to B.
I feel we've already covered this subject with the reading of the letter from Mr. Miller. I'll take any further comments by the board if you would wish to discuss anything further.
So my understanding is that Mr. Miller is still representing this board and the district, is that correct?
Correct. The district has the ability to have multiple attorneys, in which we do. From time to time, we do still reach out to John Stanek. His law or expertise in special education law is second to none. So we continue to have those relationships. Kaplan & Ernst is a firm that I've worked with before when I was executive director in Denver Public Schools and when I worked also in helping start schools in the Brighton School District. So when Mr. Miller and I had that conversation, the expertise that you'll get a chance to hear tonight is part of that partnership with Kaplan & Ernst. And I know that Melissa's put in 9 million hours in the 1 week that she's had to pull this together. And so let me at least say to the general public, thank you for stepping in quickly to this work.
And Dr. Neal, one of the reasons for the change was that they have a high level of expertise and experience with charter and alternative schools.
That's correct. I've actually worked with Kaplan & Ernst in the past, starting charter schools or going through the chartering process. And so when that discussion really was with Brad as well as John Stanek, felt that they're the leaders in the industry on this work. And so we need to move quickly if the board is going to choose to go in this direction, or if the board is not going to choose in this direction, we need a decision. And so they have nearly 36 attorneys in their employ, and so it was easy for the district to be able to contract with them to help try to finish that because of the volume of support they have. To your question specifically, Chris, we will, should the board choose to continue to use Mr. Miller, should Dell or Brian or Tina, they really have the ability to choose to call who are experts in that field. That's the decision of the board. Thus far, the board has chosen to keep Brad Miller in other topics other than charter topics.
But I haven't actually had a conversation with the board about
Let me
retaining.
rephrase that again. Okay. Mr. Miller has made himself available should the board continue to wish to contact him on topics other than the charter topic. The board probably should or could have a discussion on where you would like your feedback to come from as a board.
Because I'm not clear what his scope would, what he would retain in the way of scope, like our need for him.
Sure. No, that's a great point. And I think we're a little bit in uncharted world as the last 7 days has gone pretty fast. At this point, setting agendas, questions about what are on agendas, questions about land purchases, questions about termination hearings, those are all still planned to be with Mr. Miller. If that was different than where the board was headed, then that could be part of this discussion.
I think it would help me know really what we would be drawing on him for. Just like with Mr. Stanek, I think there's some clarity about his kind of expertise and specialty arena. I just feel like that conversation is important to have, and I would welcome that conversation. I think that conversation is essential. And just for clarity, I'm just curious, Mr. Rusterholz, you mentioned that the reason for this change is because the attorneys that we have now asked to help with the merit contract process are experts in that field. Am I clear in that? Was that the reason?
The choice was Brad's.
That's what I needed to hear.
Brad initiated the choice and said that this is not a topic that he wishes to continue to represent the district on. So that put us in a place where that forced us to have legal counsel. Could have gone back to John Stanek. And the reason why I'm bringing this to the board tonight is to let the board know who, through my experience, I've recommended to further this process.
And I trust that recommendation, I actually
Thank
do.
you.
I just feel like it's important clarity because, Mr. Rushton-Holtz, I just want to make sure that I'm clear and that everyone who's hearing this conversation is clear that it was Mr. Miller's decision to step down from this process. And it was not your decision or Matthew's decision. So essentially, Mr. Miller recused himself from that particular role and that particular function. And I just want to make sure there's clarity in that. Otherwise, it sounded to me as though this was a decision that was made because there was someone more qualified to do the job, which I actually believe that is true at this level. I just feel like that's important clarity so that we're not presenting something that's inaccurate. That's all. Thank you.
You had it exactly right. Mr. Miller did withdraw himself from this process, and that was the letter that I had read. It was, so.
Thank you.
So it is still the plan for Mr. Miller, and we can set up a time at a work session, possibly if the board wants to look at categories where you would like to use Mr. Miller, categories where you'd like to use Kaplan and Ernst for board representation. You can have multiple attorneys representing different topics. There's pros and cons to that. One of the things that Brian and I talked on early was should we continue to use Mr. Stanek for land acquisition or land discussions and property and survey challenges and things like that. And we discussed at the time that we would continue to use John Stanek because he was already in the multi-year discussion of land and property and all that. It would not make sense for that to give to a new attorney. Likewise, we'll continue to have that discussion internally of does it make sense to use Kaplan and Ernst, or does it make sense to use Brad through that process? And I think that's probably a pretty good work topic for a work session. Because the board could really come down and say, on these topics, Brad, on these topics, Melissa, on these topics, John Stanek. That would be a choice of the board for board representation. I then have the responsibility to choose district representation to represent on district business matters. Most of the time, it works best if you use the same attorney, quite frankly.
Yes. Great.
I see the
Any
attorney
other
twitch.
questions?
Would you want to add anything on the attorney conversation?
No.
I'm always cautious.
No, I mean, Chris is right, which is that my understanding from the communication, Brad limited the scope of his representation to exclude finalizing the merit charter contract.
Of his willingness to talk with us or engage with us on that topic.
I mean, he's not representing as we finalize that. So I don't think there's a negative inference to be drawn from that. And as I understand, it was certainly not a situation that Brad felt like he could not get
Correct.
the job
He felt
done.
in no way
So
compelled due to the circumstances, and he made this very clear. It was a matter of his own capacity, not a matter of his concern for the situation.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Further discussion?
Any further discussion? Would anybody like clarification or a copy of this? Chris?
Yeah, I'll take a copy of that.
We have more copies.
Sure thing. We'd be glad to forward that around.
Thank you.
So are we finished with discussion at this time on the attorney?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to C. One of the things that I'd like to bring up to the board for discussion is having future board town hall meetings. And the reason I was thinking about that is because we have, until this evening, we've had so many people want to discuss different things with the board of directors. And I was thinking, my thought was we could move around to the different schools, and it wouldn't be at our regular board meeting, and it would be at a once a month or whatever we would decide. Every other month, we would have a town hall meeting with a subject or maybe 2 or 3 topics of discussion, and we would hear from the people and listen like a town hall meeting would go. So that's how I'd like to open up discussion for that. If you have any thoughts on that, or
So we'd be talking about setting a special meeting, at least one special meeting per month, and would it correspond to our regular monthly meeting?
Right. That what the discussion was, or the concern was, that this evening we would be beyond the hour that had been allocated for public comment. And so in the last meeting we had well over the 2 hours, and so the board's continual wish is that we would have conversations with the public. So the solution I think that Mr. Russholtz was kind of brought up was, well, then let's have a full meeting dedicated to public comment. Then what that would do is allow lots of discussion. However, this evening would indicate that probably was not necessary. And so it may not need to be an every month thing, or you may choose to have a kind of a once a quarter conversation and talking point. We also have these specific agenda items with linkage meetings. So we had all the special education families that are scheduled to come in. We had all of the SAC committee members. This month we have all the senior citizens coming in. The board has feedback sessions for those already on their calendar once a month, 8 or 9 a year. And so the attempt here, I think the discussion was, can we get more public comment in on the off week if we need it? You may want to wait and see if this is necessary over the next month. I'm here to serve the board, and if you want to schedule something otherwise.
Well, David, what are you thinking? Like, so the regular meeting is on a Wednesday. Would it be like on a Tuesday before the regular meeting or a Thursday after? Or are we talking like a different Wednesday?
Just a different Wednesday, because we have 2 off Wednesdays.
It's wide open. We could have it as long as there are a lot of people in the public that want to participate and have questions or confront the board about things or bring up concerns that they may have. It could be every other month. It could be like Dr. Neal said, once a quarter. And you know, is one of the ideas though that if we were to have a meeting that was just for public comment, you know, we'd be able to expand the amount of public comment available. A meeting could go, you know, our meetings have gone till midnight at times. I mean, so we could have meetings that go longer than 2.5 hours, which I think was about how long we went at the March meeting. So is that the idea, is that there'd be basically room for all to come and be heard, and maybe there'd be expanded, you know, amounts of time that people could talk and things like that? Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do.
Now, would this affect, what do you think about this affecting the public comment at our regular meetings? Is this simply in addition to the public comment at our regular meetings, or is the idea that we would basically move public comment to its own meeting so that it could be expanded to fit the needs of the community?
It could be either way.
Yeah, I was thinking it could be either way.
I mean, really, well, the situation is a volume. I was regretfully looking at Ms. Prawl this evening and saying, how many comments do we have, and feeling a problem coming if we had had more than we did. So I think you really have 2 business meetings left this year. You have a business meeting in May, and you have a business meeting in June. Mm-hmm. During those meetings, you'll have to judge and weigh whether or not there's a public comment desire, and if there's a need for an open session the previous Wednesday or the following Wednesday was kind of the thought. So I think Kelly just looked those up. May 4th or May 18th would be the kind of those chances.
Well, I was thinking that we would not, my thought was we don't completely end public comment at our monthly meeting, regular board meeting. We just limit it a little bit to avoid the 2.5, 3 hours of public comment, but an opportunity for everyone to still come and be heard. That was my original thought.
Matthew, one of the things that I've had a concern about with our meetings, and I don't know, was it the last regular meeting that kind of was breaking all the records for how long public comment went? Was that the one where we did the executive session? We were there till midnight and things like that?
We may yet experience that this evening as well.
So I guess one of the concerns that I've always had is that when we have our regular meetings, there's always presentation by administration and teachers and things like that. Have you heard anything amongst staff and morale about whether when we have 2.5 hours of public comment, it makes them have to be here really late and away from their families and their other responsibilities? Have you gotten any sort of poll on the
I would continue to recommend that the hour of public comment and the agenda that we've set be set to sort of a planned, reasonable duration. So this is a business meeting for the board. We've got business to do, and we've got great things to talk about. I loved having the kids here. I'm just trying to find a balance in all of that needs both fiduciary, what former President Greenstreet was talking about, our presentations this evening by Tina and Miles to make sure we get through the business items, but also to celebrate students and the staff. It's just trying to find a balance in that. And so
that we don't have a meeting that starts at 6 and yet we don't get to actual business involving kids, volunteers, administration members who kind of have to be here, but they don't get started until 8:30.
I think actual business is all of it. I think it's all actual business. But I think the board specifically is legally required to transact on certain items. And I want to make sure there's as much balance for that without impeding anybody's ability to speak. So this is the
right.
only...
I mean, we have to make sure that everybody has the right to speak. I mean, when we campaigned on that, and one of the first things we did was we added 2 different public comment sections, and that was based on our attendance at the meetings of the old board, and they didn't have that sort of thing. And obviously there's been a great demand for public comment because our meetings are more well-attended than I think they had all of last year. In a single meeting, you can hit that number. But if we had like a town hall meeting, would there be a need for our principals and our executive staff to be there?
No.
Okay,
No,
so it would just be like the board?
Correct.
And
No, they all
for
have to
Kelly?
come for the whole time.
Well, they volunteered for the front row today, and that's also not my expectation. They've already put in a long day of work.
There aren't many smiles over there.
Yeah. Okay. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of striking a balance so that there is as much public comment as there is public demand for comment, but in a way that we are sensitive to people's schedules who have to be here besides the board members, people who have to present to the board, and make sure that it's all happening in a timely fashion for everybody who participates in the board meetings. So I definitely like the idea of expanding public comment into its own meeting if there's sufficient demand for it.
Sue?
Yeah, Dr. Neal, I have a question. Would it be a quorum if more than, would we be required to attend, all of us? Would that make it a public meeting? How would that go? Do 2 of us go?
It would be a quorum.
A month, or?
It would be a regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. I apologize.
I have a question, really. It's kind of like a clarity thing for me. So I'm curious, because at the beginning of this discussion, there was talk about having groups or a large gathering of people so that there could be discussion, so that there could be like Q&A, but then it shifted to public comment. And so those are 2 different things. If I were to speak of my own personal preference, I would prefer to have more linkage meetings where we could actually have conversation with people. I think that there's valid need for people to be able to speak what's on their heart and mind, and to be able to speak it in a way that they are not interrupted. I think the fact that we've provided that and will continue to do that, I think that's essential. I also know, having been a part of the linkage meetings, that those have actually, and to be quite honest, like any opportunity that I've had to sit down with a parent or with a staff member and actually ask clarifying questions and get more to the heart of what's really going on in someone's concerns or thoughts, comments, I feel like there's much more traction in that, and I feel like that's more honoring. I do believe that there's a need for both. And so I would suggest, here's a thought. Let's say, for example, this evening, if we had the 9 people speak, 8 people speak, and there was not a need for a town hall next Wednesday, then we just cancel that. But if there was a list of, 20, 30 people that wanted to speak, then we go ahead and limit the actual board meeting comments to 1 hour, and that then we would have that scheduled meeting for next week, and we would go ahead and follow through and have that additional meeting the following week. So it's as needed. And then we would also consider expanding the amount of linkage meetings that we have so that we could actually have eye-to-eye conversations, and that there can be real questions that are being answered and discussed. And I think that, for me, that would be a preference. So I just wanted to voice that. Thank you.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good one, Chris, because we'd have plenty of time to properly notice the meeting, and we could, we'd have the numbers and the knowledge right there at the regular meeting. So.
And you're thinking the following week then?
Yeah, I would imagine
if there was a lot of people.
Because, if there's a real-time current condition that is warranted a large gathering of people that have a lot of energy and passion towards a particular topic because of something that's right in front of us, then I think the sooner the better. So I wouldn't want it to be any further out than the following Wednesday, because it's still going to be pertinent. We're not going to have made any decisions on that. We're not going to have a work session until that following week. We'll have an opportunity to hear everybody who wanted to speak about a particular topic or a variety of topics that we can then bring into our work session that following week. And so that's as needed. For example, this week, we had plenty of time. We don't need that follow-up public comment meeting next Wednesday. And we'll go into our work session in 2 weeks, having heard what people have said.
I really like that.
I have one other question. You mentioned something about the linkage meeting, and this is a little off topic, so forgive me, with the special ed parents. That was snowed out. Was that rescheduled? Did we have that?
Can I plead the 5th?
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that
It's absolutely going to be, and so it's on the agenda.
Let's just make sure we're circling back to that.
Absolutely.
Great.
Any other questions or?
All right, so that was a discussion item. I will continue. I guess I would recommend going into our May board meeting with an anticipated idea, and this is just kind of a straw poll, if I could get a shake of heads, not anything formal. I think we could easily schedule a next week meeting, the week after our regularly scheduled meeting, which would be May the 18th.
Sure.
And then choose to cancel that or keep that, depending on the regular scheduled board meeting in May.
Are you suggesting that we make a decision about that in May? Is that what you're suggesting?
There's not really a decision necessary. I'm just needing the pleasure of the board. I mean, this is really a discussion item. If this is something the board is willing to try, see if it's needed. A little bit of this is kind of learning as we go. It's why I was on the discussion. I didn't feel comfortable just fabricating another meeting without the board's discussion about it.
Well, we'll know soon enough if people are interested in joining us on that extra meeting. So I would say I give it a thumbs up. Like if we want to keep our public comments and our regularly scheduled board meetings like we have tonight to 1 hour, and if there's a need to extend that into the next week, then we go ahead and do that.
Yeah, my opinion is that if at the May meeting we've got more people than we have time for public comment, then we go ahead and set a special meeting to make sure everybody's voice is heard.
Is that what you said, Chris?
Yep.
So. Well, let's just.
Any opposers?
Let's make,
So,
yeah, anyone opposed to it? Does everybody like that idea? I do. I like the idea.
Okay, as it's only a discussion item, I think I'll just continue to move forward as a little bit of executive privilege and
Let's just do that.
schedule that, okay?
Thank you.
We have 2 items left.
Board strategic pillars.
Board strategic pillars. So we met, and the board came through with the following pillars. The themes at that time were empower student-centered voice and leadership, ensure the building and believing of our teachers, enhance innovative programs, and cultivate cultural momentum. I've heard discussion or presence that the board would like to come back to this in a work session. In 2 weeks from tonight, we have a work session that is tentatively scheduled for that discussion on those pillars. So I just wanted to brief the board, saying that that is the intent of the next board meeting. That's the intent of the next work session, is to spend several hours on that. Was there a caution or a coaching from any of our board that, as we begin preparing for that, as Kelly and I look forward, I'm not sure what the board would like to do for sure on that evening.
Well, that was the plan, to talk about the meeting that we had with the facilitator, Peter
Hiltz.
Did not turn out the way we had really wanted it to be, to discuss what do we see as the next 4 things that are most important to the school district to accomplish. What are the needs of our students, teachers, staff here? So that's why at that meeting, we each brought our 5 things that we thought were most important. We thought we were going to discuss them, put them up on the board, and have dialogue about that, but it ended up being something much different. So we wanted to schedule a meeting so that we could have a work session to discuss those particular subjects. And that is tentatively scheduled for when?
April 27th.
April 27th. That is
2 weeks from tonight.
2 weeks. Do we want that for a Saturday morning, or do we want it for a Wednesday evening?
I guess I want some clarity, if I could ask a question. Are we talking about the strategic plan for the district, or are we talking about this board's mission statement and intention moving forward in the next 6 to 12 months?
My understanding, it is limited to the board's mission statement and the direction that this board would like to go. My experience is that after the board establishes, or when a board establishes their goals as a board, and those can change even amidst a 5-year mission statement, the plan is next fall in September and October, the district would go through an entire strategic planning process involving several hundred community members, teachers and students, administrators, and develop a 5-year strategic plan. The board's initiatives, or their pillars, would frame that conversation. But this is really the board themselves determining what are your values as a board.
And I think that's really important for me to hear, and I think for the community to hear, that the 5 of us would not go into a meeting to generate a strategic plan. I think that it's okay for us to be able to voice what we see or perceive as values that are important, the top 5, whatever that is. So I'm all for that. Let's do that. Let's just not confuse it with the strategic plan. I just want to make sure I was clear on that.
Well, and David, just to follow up what you were saying about the work session with Peter Hiltz, and I think my takeaway from that was that that was a session that really was a much broader work session. A lot of executive staff participated and were at the table with us. Mr. Hiltz had a very particular process that's kind of it was designed to get brainstorming and dialogue and discussion happening. It was pretty interesting, and I know that everybody who was there really gave themselves wholeheartedly to that process. It was not a situation where, well, hold on, I have my 5 things, and I want to talk about it. We all participated in the process, board members, superintendent, lawyer, executive staff, and then we had members of the public, and they got involved too. And it ended up being a real, I'm not going to say a free-for-all, because it was very structured with the way Mr. Hiltz had it going, but it was really something that was a real brainstorming session. It was something that was growing. It was something that took you in unexpected directions, and I'm glad that we went through that process. That was a really great, productive meeting. But what made it clear was there's more work to be done. We we just couldn't come together and go, wow, okay, in 2 or 3 hours, here you go, we've got it. So just like we're approving minutes for like 7 meetings that have happened in the past month, there's more work to be done there. I think it's great that we had that process and got input from people other than the board, and that's informative to the board in terms of coming up with mission and vision and goals and policies, thinking ahead, which would then get worked with the public and the administration as well about things like Chris is talking about, like the strategic plan. So I do think it's a great opportunity to build on what was already done with Mr. Hiltz and the administration and the public. And so I guess what we're talking about here, though, is it's the board and the superintendent at that work session. Those will be the participants.
That's what I was thinking, yes.
Okay.
So the suggestion was that we would start with the themes of that last strategy session and then begin fleshing out each individual board member's 5 priorities and kind of going through that connection process to see if we could come up with a uniform 4 or 5 pillars that the board would stand behind as you making decisions moving forward. And then in some ways they'd be limiting the scope of the board's focus.
Which is why I'm all for it. I think we need focus, and I think we've experienced the first few months of transition that has been highly energetic and has brought us down a lot of different avenues. And I would say that has, left a lot of us, myself included, just with a lot of questions about what is the focus. I know that's been important for you, is to find focus. And so let's do it.
Let's do it.
Mr. Brevetto, otherwise we're going to move on to compensation. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts on strategic pillars?
My thought on that is that we do talk about the the vision and the mission and and the objectives that we had, and then once we decide what that is as a board, that's the board's telling the public this is what we're planning on doing, and we're putting input there. We've gotten a lot of input from the public, and that's what we're trying to formalize and codify right now into a mission statement and objectives and stuff like that. Once that's done, then that's, as my understanding, once that's done, then that, the superintendent takes that and he aligns that with whatever they want to do with the strategic plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll go on with that on the 27th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, E, teachers' pay. I guess it's my time to talk, I guess, for that. At one of the board sessions, I can't remember which one it was, I gave you some figures on what the Colorado average, compensation is for teachers, superintendents, staff, and that kind of thing. And in that presentation, I was amazed to know that our teachers are paid, and it depends on what study you look at, our teachers are paid close to $7,000 under what the average teacher in Colorado gets. So therefore, I said, man, we got to do something about that, because how can we be competitive and how can we adequately, compensate our teachers here, who I think do a better job than the teachers down in Colorado Springs. But, so I want to be able to retain them up here and also be able to attract, have the superintendent have the ability to attract the best, the brightest and best up here, and to retain the brightest and best that we have here. I know we went through a process of looking at, giving a bonus to teachers for $1,500 for retaining them here and compensating those who may want to sign on, as new members of the teaching staff. I don't think that's enough, but my question is, I would like the board to look at tasking the superintendent to look at, can we afford to do a cross-the-board increase of at least $5,500, $5,500 and $1,500 comes to $7,000, or even greater if we can, look at the possibility and have them come back to us and say, this is possible, you know, this is what we need to do, and then we can approve that. Because I think we need to do it. You know, it's time. Teachers need to be, I'd like to see them get $7,000 flat across the board raises right now. But that's not my decision. That's something we have to, you know, challenge the superintendent with, to come up with, you know, with his finance team and see how it would be possible to do that. So that's what I'm recommending.
Dell, I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you mind approaching the microphone for a minute, please? Thank you. Open for discussions on this. Dell and Chris have the history here, and so I don't want to speak out of turn. Gary, what I'm hearing is a strong passion to make sure that our teachers are competitively compensated. And Mr. Gustafson and Dell both spent a lot of work looking on a teacher signing bonus and staff signing bonus. It was able to be funded out of one-time rural dollars, was the plan, is where that's headed. So when one-time dollars are spent, that's not money that can be repeated the following year, although it does land in teachers' pockets, staff's pockets. And so I think
the salary increase.
it absolutely helps out in what the board's initiative, and it was in response to the board's really uniform initiative or uniform desire to increase compensation. We can do what we can do. We did do a 2.4% bonus before the winter holiday for all employees as well. That was on the previous board's kind of push and desire to make sure that staff were rewarded for their COVID efforts. And so the district for years, for a long period of time, has provided one-time money. And so we try to find that balance between one-time money. Anybody that's coming back next fall will receive the $1,500, and that's substantial, but maybe not substantial enough. So during the meet and confer process, can you please describe how compensation lands on this discussion here?
I can. I would like to just make one point of clarification. It's the $1,500 based on the FTE.
Thank you. So by defining FTE, if you're a full-time employee, it would be 15. If you're a half-time employee, it would be half of that, 750. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what it is.
Dale's protecting himself here.
No. So traditionally, you know, in a meet and confer process, the two entities, voice from the classified and certified staff, as well as district administration, as well as representatives from the board, meet to set issues that they would like to discuss to see placed into the conditions of employment or, well, that's what it is, the conditions of employment. And every year that I've been on that committee, which is a long time, both sides have always come to the table with compensation as the number one issue, and looking at what that can be with the idea of increasing staff, certified, classified, everybody's pay, according to balancing it out with the budget of whatever fixed costs we may have. And so as we go through that, Brian and his team spent a lot of time looking at where we can get those recurring funds, how we can get those recurring funds, and then we present that back to the representation for final approval.
So really, the board will receive discussions of what those compensation levels could be, and then what are the sacrifices that will need to be made in order to meet those compensation levels.
I'm not asking you to do that now, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, all I want the board to do is task you to come up with, say we do an assessment. Okay, Mr. Superintendent, I'm tasking you, I want to see a $7,000 flat aboard cross increase. I'm just giving an example.
Right.
As a recurring expense, and to add to that a cost of living adjustment each year. I would task you to come up with a way of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you have to do to make that happen, that's what I'm interested in.
So you'll hear Mr. Gustafson come back and say, these are those.
This is how it will.
These are those
this is
levels.
How it can happen.
These are how it can happen at those levels.
Right.
And then he'll also come back and say, here, this is how it cannot happen at those levels.
Oh, fine.
And
But,
so
know,
that's
I know
that's
we're
kind of
gonna
that
have
yin-yang of.
I know we're going to have to probably sacrifice something if we do this, And this is a risk-reward benefit, is it worth the sacrifice to do that? That's what I'm asking for.
Correct.
I don't have the answer to that.
No,
I don't get paid to do that, you do. And so all I want to do is I want to make sure that it's addressed, and I want to do better than that. I want to make sure it happens.
Absolutely noted. Anybody else on the board on this topic?
Just one question. The meet and confer process, can you give us a sense of timeline or how that has typically worked over the years?
I can, yep. In early May, we have a issue-setting conference, so it's the 2 board members and 3. 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 1. So it's different representations from the group, so classified, certified, administration, and board. And on May 12th, May 12th this year. May 10th, see, I'm already off. We already pushed it forward, Mr. Pavetto, that's for you. We meet to set issues, and those issues can range everything from compensation to language in the conditions of employment to whatever that comes. Once we set issues, then we go out and start to work on those issues, either in subcommittees, subgroups, smaller groups, or whatever, and come back on in June-ish, early June-ish, to what we call a large circle, and that's where we begin to have an interest-based discussion on what we can pass through on all of the issues that we established in May. Once that is done, typically there are some things that are pretty easy, and we just pass them through at that time by consensus. But there are some that need to wait until a final large circle in November, and that's usually the time frame in the past. And in the past, it's been the understanding that we pass a financial model, or talk about a proposal for financial model in June, but we may not, with the understanding that we wait for student pupil counts and monies to see, yeah, we said we could try to do this, but is there really the money to do that? Because always trying to think ahead of what your budget's going to be is always hard. Does that answer your question?
Well, I'm a military guy. When somebody tells me to do something, I say, yes, sir, 2 bags worth, sir. Make it happen. That's where I come from, is make it happen. How do we make it happen?
Sure.
That's your challenge, how to make it happen. And if we all agree that we want to task the superintendent to do that, then now he's got the task. By the way, task has ask in it. So.
Right. No, and this is really a continuing conversation with the board.
I understand, but I would like to see, if you guys agree, I would like to see maybe a presentation at a work session, next work session. I don't want it to happen next year. I want it like tomorrow. But as soon as you can do that, then we can discuss it at the work session to see if it's worth doing that and what's the risk reward, what's the benefits.
So,
I know what the benefit is. I want to be able to retain teachers and hire better teachers too.
Absolutely easy to have that conversation. The challenge is the man in green in making sure that he is.
I thought your finance guy was the man. Where is that?
No, that he's ready
Yeah.
to be able to look at the budgets on that. So it's the timeline and the work that Brian's doing. So
Yeah.
absolutely hear what you're saying. You would like the board to be presented with several options in compensating teachers.
Right. With the understanding, I wanted to see at least $7,000 in there somewhere for that.
I think
flat
there-
across the board. I don't know if that's possible, but that's what I'd like to see. If I was in the Air Force again, they would say to Pavetto, make $7,000 happen. And I
Right.
said, oh, yes, sir. Yeah, okay, we'll do it.
Mr. Austin.
I guess for me, I'm wanting to reconcile the process and honor the process that is already in motion, that will begin in less than a month,
Yes, sir.
and blend that with your desire to have some immediate feedback on the feasibility of this. So I don't see those as separate. I see that as a partnership of working with the meet and confer along with the team, administrative team, to come up with the feasibility.
I would agree.
My only concern is not wait another year.
I agree with both of you. I think as a challenge, throwing that challenge out there for that amount. And like what Chris said, I've had a number of people or teachers call and just, or not, I've had a couple call and email about the meet and confer process. They were very concerned about that. Is that in jeopardy? And I had it described to me and several conversations. I think it's a wonderful process to go through, meeting with the teachers and discussing the whole process. So it is a great process that's in place, and I like the challenge that Gary threw out there for it. And somehow, I know Brian's not the problem, he's the solution. So.
Well, actually, the solution is the meet and confer process.
Yes.
Because that's all of us.
Well put.
But I'm sorry, David, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, there's got to be some give and take here, because if the meet and confer process starts in May, but there are things that don't happen until November, obviously that doesn't work if you're trying to raise salaries for the school year starting in fall of '23. So we need greater clarity on, give me a clarity on the budget timeline. When do we generally set, okay, if there was going to be a raise for next year, this is when we would basically need to commit to it. When is that?
Sir.
I would have to defer to Mr.
See,
Gustafson
he
on
kept thinking he was
the
not gonna have to
timeline of
come
the
up here.
budget.
So it does work, because as Dell explained previously, we have a unique negotiating cycle where we will start the meet and confer process in May, confirm any agreements in June. We have to have a budget adopted by June 30th. However, we run pretty tight as far as actuals when we're in a declining enrollment situation. And so a lot of times those decisions are ratified in early November after we process the October count to know exactly how much revenue we have, because ultimately it's dollars per kid times number of kids.
So it's an estimate before we have that.
Exactly. The budget's simply a plan, an estimate. And the way it works is you get into November and you confirm that, hey, we've got the kids that we can do the increase with, and we'll go with retroactive pay, right? So everybody's contracts start the same way, and you go through the first few months of the year, but then December, you catch everybody up, right? So you go back to the beginning of everybody's contract, you calculate, what are the increases that we can confirm now that we can afford, you catch everybody up, and then continue to move people forward at a new contract pay. That's how that works. Recently, the past number of years, probably 3 or 4, we haven't gone that route. We've taken a little bit of a gamble, some risks, and worked with the meet and confer process to say, you know what, we're going. We're just going to go with 3% or 4.5% or 2% or whatever it's been, and we feel good about our enrollment projections, or we feel good about our safety net, our reserves, if things don't come out the way we plan. So we have two options there. Either work, and both are a lot of work, depending on which way they go.
Well, my goal, let's just give an example. My goal is $7,000.
Which would cost a little over $2.5 million of recurring funds.
Whatever that is. And what you're saying is the earliest we can probably find out whether that could be approved is based on the student count, what we're going to get for revenue. And I understand that. But you're telling me also there's another option saying we could take a risk. Okay, what about if we can take a risk for part of that $7,000 and then in November see if we can get the rest of it?
That's possible, yeah. And
That
we've
might
done
be-
that.
I'm not telling you how to do your job.
Not quite to that extent.
Brian, I'm not telling you how to do your job. I say, make it happen. And how do we make it happen?
I don't know if this is better for superintendent or you guys who've been here longer than the superintendent. It sounds like what you're always saying is meet and confer. It almost sounds like it drives the budget process. Is that an accurate characterization?
No, I wouldn't say it drives the budget process. I think it ratifies the budget process from multiple perspectives, from board representation, administrative representation, staff representation. It gets voices in the room. It's an interest-based bargaining process that allows everybody to voice issues, to bring issues forward, tell a story about them, evaluate pros and cons, and then figure out how those fit in primarily to the conditions of employment. But when we're talking about the top issue that comes every year, even without a task to do so, it impacts compensation.
Sure. So as I understand this correctly now, if I'm tasked to do this, okay, I want to make sure I'm tasking you with the right thing here. Can you, if we task the superintendent to do this, can you give us at the work session, hopefully the next work session or something like that, the option that I mentioned, where part of the $7,000 can come from taking a risk, and then the other part, the option is when we can do it in November. Can you come back with something like that?
So not quite.
That's what I was going to say.
I
The
can give
timing
you-
of that is what's difficult.
Right. The long bill, which sets the long bill has been activated. The School Finance Act has not even been introduced yet. All right, we have a guess on what we're going to make revenue-wise next year, but we don't really know yet. Usually, that comes almost right at the end of the legislative session, which is in early May.
Yeah.
Last year stretched into June. So we'll have estimates, and what I can show you in 2 weeks is what our recurring revenue does or does not look like from a projection sort of estimated perspective.
Well, I like your idea on retroactive, because if we do delay this to November, whatever it is, I want to make sure teachers get compensated from the beginning of the contract, so I like the retroactive idea.
So Gary, to close, or if any other board member wishes, I hear very strongly a desire to have the compensation discussion and a substantial compensation discussion. I also hear a timing and a legislative budget release discussion. What I guess I would request of the board, unless somebody else has and this is a discussion item, that's not an action item, but I would request the board another few weeks to try to figure out or try to monitor where we think legislative process is going to go. As we enter into the meet and confer process, we would monitor that process. And then really over the next 4 weeks, we would have a much more clear perspective of levels of compensation that would be possible.
So that'll be June then?
It would be, it would be the next 4 weeks.
Okay.
Well, what I would like to make sure that we keep in mind is what Gary wants to see happen, but to follow the process that we have in place to achieve those goals. Because you said, even though it may not happen until the fall, did you say it was retroactive, correct?
Certainly that's an option that we've utilized
Is that
many
what
times in the
normally
past.
happens, though?
Well, the last 4 years, it's not what's normally
The
happened.
last few years, we've not done retro pay.
I didn't, okay.
We just paid straight away right at the beginning of the contract period.
So you guys so is that acceptable then? You've given them a dollar amount, an idea amount, how, and what can we go forward with?
And all that dollar amount was based on
Sure.
the figures I gave you that was, that we're making $7,000 more.
I would
It could be something different.
I would also caution the board that some of these discussions will need to be done in an executive session.
Yes.
As you look at the responsibility of the board in other categories and other categoricals. And so if compensation is part of that discussion, that would need to be done in executive session for contract negotiation purposes. So I'll leave that at that.
Yeah. I just don't want to get too complicated.
I know, I get it.
Unfortunately,
I want to
pretty
keep it as simple
complicated.
as possible. Well, there's always workarounds, Brian.
No, I get it.
If I had to, meet the letter of the law on everything that I had to do to flying, I wouldn't be able to fly.
Well, we do need to meet the letter of the law.
Yes,
we do. Keep things.
Anything else on the topic of discussion before Tina, if you want to get slides ready? I think we're about ready there.
Gentlemen, how long has the meet and confer process been going on? Because I know each of you has been here quite a while. Is it y'all's entire tenure?
As far as I know.
Okay. And then in the traditional budget planning cycle, meet and confer is there. Is there a traditional meeting where the administration meets to hear from the board and say, what are y'all's budget priorities? Or has it traditionally been that you guys have kind of worked up a budget and then brought it to the board and said, here it is for your approval?
Traditionally the latter recently, but also having ongoing dialogue in forums such as DAC meetings, SAC meetings, other committee meetings, gathering the information from board members, from stakeholders on, I guess, ideas, perspectives, desires for inclusion in the budget have all been factored in.
Okay, I think it would be beneficial to get the board involved at an earlier stage versus kind of having a package that is all but done, and therefore much harder at that point to get input from the board and make changes. It would be a good idea to have an earlier discussion so that we can say things like, well, this is a budget priority, and I mean, you know, I'm not talking about upsetting the apple cart, but I am talking about, I guess, giving the board a stronger voice earlier in the process before we've gone too far down the road. And I have to say, I strongly agree that teacher compensation is something that we need to find a way to increase it, even with what we all know are real budget problems, challenges. But we're all dealing with that. It's inflation. I mean, inflation is out of control. There's no end in sight. And everybody's feeling that crunch. And we have a duty to our employees, I think, in order to try and find a way to combat the problems that they are facing with inflation right now, to try and alleviate the trouble that's causing on their households. So,
Any other discussion? Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Brian and Dell.
I will give them a hand. Neither one knew they were speaking tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for stepping up.
I always get to follow the stress. I'm on? All right, so I am here tonight with Miles to talk about two of our executive expectations. So both Executive Expectation 4 and Executive Expectation 6. We combined those two because we felt like they talked about interactions and relations. Executive Expectation 4 talks about interactions and relationships with our parents and students. And Executive Expectation 6 talks about interactions with our community. So we figured we'd take a look at those together because a lot of our efforts flow from students to parents to community. So as we go down these, we've broken them into 4 kind of strategic areas that we look at communication and relations. One is looking at communicating our operational rules and processes. One is looking at disseminating information and promoting our schools. One is looking at collecting and assimilating feedback and input, and one is looking at bolstering partnerships. So we're going to go through each one of these buckets and talk about the focus areas we've had over the last year or so with students, parents and guardians, and the community. So starting with our operational rules and procedures. Why do we communicate our rules and procedures? Really, this is fundamental. It helps foster that physical and emotional safety in our schools. It provides a sense of predictability and consistency. I think you heard that a little bit from Carol's comment, just about that the rules and processes provide for us the structures by which we know what's happening in our schools. They also make sure that we adhere to state and federal statutes. So what's included in these written documents for us? We have outlined expectations, standards, and procedures, and we also have outlined methods for expressing concerns, complaints, and grievances. So these are really the social contract by which we operate with our students, parents and guardians, community, and staff. So if you look at some of these documents, these are the documents that drive this strategic area. We have student handbooks, we have classroom expectations, students' rights and responsibilities, and a discipline matrix that explains behavioral redirections. These are all in writing, and they are available for our students mostly on our Google Classroom for our older kids, and in print for some of our younger kids. We also have parent handbooks, district rights and responsibilities, and an annual parent acknowledgement form that's part of our registration. And for our community, we have board policy and administrative policy. All of these documents can be found on our district website and our school website. In addition to that, any of our stakeholders may request hard copies of any of these documents from our schools or the district. So knowing that these are published, how do we communicate and reinforce these operational rules and processes? So with our students, it's through our daily interactions. So we're constantly helping understand the social culture, the agreements we have together. Many of our schools have positive behavior intervention and support programs. So you see that at the middle school where they talk about that they roar, and they talk about what it means to roar with respect, ownership, achievement, and relationships. We also have our social emotional programs where we teach those skills to our students of how we interact in a community. We have daily announcements. You'll hear our principals on daily announcements reinforcing how we all interact together. We have behavioral redirections, and really as a district, we treat those as teachable moments. We're interacting with students who are still forming that prefrontal cortex, so we treat those behavioral redirections as the opportunity for a teachable moment. And we have individual and group interventions, and we reinforce those rules. When you look at our parents and guardians, some of those things are the same. It's our daily interactions. We hope to model the operational rules and processes by which we would like other stakeholders to interact also. We have newsletters that reinforce that. We have intervention and support meetings, so meetings we have with parents, and we reinforce some of our rules and procedures. We have parent group meetings, task force meetings, and we also post these to the website and social media that just reinforce how the district works. If you look at our community sits on many of these same intervention and support meetings, task force meetings, the school accountability and the district accountability. In addition, the community also views our website and social media postings. So these are ways by which they know our rules and processes, as well as tonight at our school board meeting where people learn how we work as a community. So these are all in that first bucket of creating order and relationships with our stakeholders. If you look then, one of our next buckets or strategic areas with communication and relation deals with disseminating information and promoting our schools. And really, this is that one-way communication. We call it a push out or a posting where people can see what's going on in our schools, what programs and opportunities are available for my students, how are our schools and students doing, how can I get involved. We also highlight amazing things happening in our schools, and we recognize supports and efforts of members of our community. So this is that one-way communication that comes from the district. If you look at what that looks like for our students and families, it's really through a daily announcements. You'll hear our daily announcements where we'll talk about events going on and amazing things that happened. We post it on our website and Google Classroom. We post it through our homeroom and team school newsletters, which I'm gonna show you some statistics on that. We send messages from our Infinite Campus student information system that go to parents and students. We've started journeying into systems that allow us to text, because that seems to be the next area that our stakeholders are asking for. Things like Class Dojo and Remind that send texts in real time for our parents and students. Even for our high school students that says, hey, remember to study tonight for your test. So some quick reminders for our students. We also talk about events through our informational events. So we have showcase night. We had the facility sharing meeting just here, it seems like yesterday, where we were talking about things going on in the district. And we have student publications. So here's some examples of that, and I realize this is a ton of information. So our messenger system to date this year has sent 1,326 messages out with 450,000 interactions. Email, voice, and text. for the district. Our homeroom and team newsletters, so homeroom teachers, or for example, at the middle school, it's a team that works with a group of kids. They started using a system called S'more, which is a newsletter that's an attractive little newsletter with links and pictures. They're sending that out either weekly or bi-weekly, every other week. And this year they've sent about 12 to 24 newsletters per team or per homeroom teacher. For a highlight, we looked at some of their postings, and 7th grade, a few weeks ago, I don't know what was in your newsletter, you had 4,842 views of the 7th grade newsletter that week. So that was pretty amazing, yeah. 7 of our team newsletters this year posted over 1,500 views for one weekly newsletter. So that's pretty amazing. If you look at those teams, they've sent 400 newsletters this year to parents. And this is a new initiative for us to really go after that personalized newsletter from the teachers that work with your kids every day. If you look at our schools newsletters, this year they've had 30,000 views, not quite as much. I know Mrs. Goings surveyed her parents, and they said, we like the teacher newsletters better than yours. So she stopped writing them every week. So on average, our elementary sends them every month. They've done about 11 with about 250 views per elementary school newsletter. Our middle school has sent 21 to date with an average of about 550 views per newsletter. And the high school sent 22 newsletters this year with an average of about 375 views per newsletter. So if you look at that, our principals and their staff have sent 76 school newsletters out. So we've sent 476 newsletters out into the system over this past year. In addition to that, we've really started promoting those student publications. The Woodland Park Middle School Panther News Network has been operating for multiple years, and they produce a monthly publication with the green screen and the editing software and a very professional looking publication. They do that. They've done 8 productions to date. And our high school has moved from a printed newspaper into a website that's hooked to the high school website where they are publishing and writing those articles. In addition, certain articles will appear in the school newsletter. So these are some of the things that we've done to really bolster that communication that pushes out to our parents. Miles is going to hit our community focus then.
All right. I get to be the bearer of good news with community focus. I don't get to take credit for much of this at all. But a kind of a renewed initiative with community focus has been what we've done with social media for the 21-22 school year. That was an early initiative with Dr. Neal, and we built a team with a public information officer, and then pulled in staff from each school to kind of be the social media gurus of each staff to bring all this on. So that's been a big push on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, in particular, with some things with YouTube as well. We've had regular press releases and ads. Continue to use our website as kind of a one-stop shop for a lot of persistent information that families need to get, prospective families as well. Staff use the website pretty regularly as well. And we're going to look at a lot of numbers and data attached to this in just a moment. You can see some fun graphs, or at least graphs. And so we have networking opportunities and participation in community organizations as a community outreach as well. So we have a lot of local and national organizations we partner with. You see Chamber of Commerce, Kiwanis Rotary Club, Teller County Mental Health Alliance, to name a few. And then we have hosted events as well, some that we host, and then we partner regularly with community organizations. And we also use our facilities. We let community organizations, for-profit organizations, the city, among a lot of groups to use our facilities and host great events. So that's kind of the big look at community communication. Our district website is a small fish in a very, very big internet pond, but we get about 17,000 monthly page views on average, with about 351 average unique monthly unique visitors. And again, some of those are people in our community, also outside our community. So it's a well-visited website. Our Facebook reach, which reach is really measured in like unique visits or unique interactions with Facebook content. The 2021 school year, we had about 14,000 points of reach, and this school year we're about 50,000. Again, that's because of this renewed initiative of every school having a pretty strong Facebook presence, and the district promoting things as well. This has been a big part of really telling our story, celebrating the things that students and staff are doing, and really promoting all the great things that the district is already doing.
So Miles, I'm going to interrupt for just a second. Chris Austin was sitting at the table about a year and a half ago when the board was very distinctly requesting that during my interview process that we tell the story of the great things happening in Woodland Park School District. And so it was a narrative. It was a lot of part of my interview, and it was a lot of part of the awareness that the board put out to say, what are we doing? And I can't take credit for this. I'm not the guy posting these pages out there. I would tell you that each school has designated an individual or a team of individuals to put the good stuff out there and to tell the story. And what you see right here is the story being told by librarians and teachers and secretaries and administrators. To go from 14,000 to 50,000 would be absolutely unheard of without the effort of those individuals. So the schools have established their own identities, their own even Facebook pages that hadn't existed before. So this is a tremendous storytelling journey. And I don't know if any of our marketing and media teammates are in the room. Is there anybody in the room that is in charge on our marketing media team? Aaron is there.
Aaron's
Please give
here.
Aaron a hand.
Thank you.
Just tremendous work in this effort. I was directed by the board, and unfortunately or fortunately, staff were as well, and they've really done an incredible job here.
And we're really, and our public information officer, Lindsay Prawl, is here as well, and she's kind of the one at the helm.
Give Lindsay a
with
hand
lot
too.
of-
Thank you, Lindsay.
So when you talk about press releases going out and district-wide Facebook posts and the coordination of all of these schools, putting out information on a timely basis, that's her work. You see these staff profiles, these interviews with staff, where you kind of highlight like those staff that you might not know anything about otherwise, the ones that are like our custodians and our tech folks and coaches and things like that. That's Lindsay that's doing that. So we get to be up here kind of singing praises, but really it's a lot of hard work with a lot of other folks that make this happen. Facebook and Instagram posts. I mean, we talked about what things looked like before and what they look like now. I mean, just the volume of posts has gone out as we're being intentional about telling our story and really highlighting the great things that are already being done. So you see, we've gone from about 380 posts last school year to 1,700 so far this school year. And with that, of course, the number of followers we've had has gone up too as we've kind of built up these pages. And so now we're at 4,000 followers, and that's with the district page and all the school pages combined. We know that a lot of families are subscribed to multiple pages. That's the total number of followers. YouTube, we had a pretty small presence on YouTube before. With 6 dedicated subscribers that didn't see a whole lot necessarily, and now we have, well, thanks to some well-attended board meetings, I must say, we also have 126 subscribers now, and we have, I think I counted for this school year, it's 17 videos that have gone out that have promoted the district or been information giving videos that have gone out. And so there's been a lot of that, and that's driven the growth for our subscribers as well. But regardless of how we get subscribers, it's nice having community tied in with our Facebook presence. And our YouTube reach, which is also measured with these kind of unique interactions with YouTube. For this, our total views are at about 1,630. And to be honest, I subtracted, I took out school board meeting videos because that kind of lives separate. So this is among those like kind of 17 promotional and informational videos that have been posted. We've had a lot of people look at those. So that's kind of a big picture look at our renewed initiative. And we're at, so we've gone from about 420 total views on our Facebook page or on our YouTube in August, and now we're at about 1,600. So things are moving up. That's kind of a big look at our Facebook and YouTube, and Instagram is rolled into the Facebook stuff as well. But you can see with a team that's kind of tasked with telling the story well, we're able to get it out there to a pretty wide.
Test. Okay. If you move to our next bucket that we look at, it's really around that two-way communication. So where do we collect and assimilate feedback and input? Because the first way was just a push out. So now we're talking about how do we get some information back? And so what we're talking about is we get information back from students, staff, parents, guardians, community members. And what is the focus? We want to collect and assimilate information from those most impacted so that we can improve our practice. So when you look at that, if you look at our students and families, kind of two ways we do that. The first way is through surveys. So, and if you see any of our kids, K-12 I think, and you say, we're gonna do a survey and ask your opinion, they love to give their opinion. So students love our surveys. They love to tell us what's going on and their perception on that. In our kindergarten through 8th grade, we have a monthly survey that we give that provides input about our culture. So students get to participate monthly, and our teachers can see that information so that they can really look at the culture of the classroom and the culture of the school. With our high school, we tend to do more of the pulse check surveys, and those tend to happen about quarterly. So we might ask information. We asked about Summit Learning this fall. We've asked the high school about courses they'd like to see as we hit registration. Last year, we've done some things about dress code and their feelings about dress code. So we do some surveys with them. We also have an annual survey that we give our 4th grade through high school, where they get to provide feedback on each one of their teachers. So it's part of our teacher evaluation system, and they provide feedback on their classroom and that teacher, and that's used as part of our educator effectiveness. From the parent or guardian's perspective, we've used pulse check surveys. So again, we had things like the Summit Review survey. When we did our intent to return in January, February, we asked some general questions from parents about culture and satisfaction with schools. We also do an end-of-year survey with all of our parents just to look at the whole year and some general categories, and we tend to share that out. Historically, we've shared that with the board in June at the board meeting. If you look at the other avenue by which we kind of do that two-way feedback, it's through a lot of our advisory groups. So we have some formal advisory teams. With our students, we have student government and sources of strength. We also have students that sit on our school accountability committee at the high school. So those are teams that we use to go and talk with about some feedback about our schools. With our parents or guardians, we have parent organizations like our CAP, Caring Active Parents here at the middle school. Kind of we've talked about those as like PTOs, where we ask parents and get feedback from parents about different topics. We have booster clubs for athletics and for our music departments, and we have parents that sit on our school accountability committee. We also have ad hoc teams, teams that kind of pop up as we're working. At the high school, we have students that sit on a library advisory board. They've been both our students and parents have been part of our musical selection team that looks at what musicals the high school's doing. We've had students and parents sit on dress code ad hoc committee, athletics and advisory committees. And at the high school, we also have a social emotional redesign network that has students involved giving us information about the culture, kind of the culture they would like to see and what they see at the high school. When you get to our K-8, kind of our elementary and middle school, more of those ad hocs come through classroom meetings. Our classrooms have classroom meetings each day, and so topics that are important in the school, they'll just talk with kids about. So we see this going on at recess. Let's have a conversation about it. So we get feedback from students. I know right now Columbine is talking with students about what should be on the new playground, and so they're having conversations with students about what should be on the new playground. We also have conversations at lunch and in the hallway, and we ask students, what do you think about that? What do you think we should do about that? And get feedback from them. With our parents, I know we have coffee with Kevin, and we have principal coffees, so opportunities for that smaller environment to dialogue with parents, standards-based grading, let's talk about that and have conversations with parents for feedback and input, as well as curriculum preview. We started this year at our open house and at our showcase that we bring all that curriculum into the library and lay it out and say, come look at the math curriculum and the reading curriculum and the English curriculum, and we'll open up anything that's on a computer, and parents can preview any of those things and give feedback to the staff at those things. And then finally, at the district level, we have the district accountability. We have curriculum review teams that include actually members of all 3 stakeholder groups we're talking about: students, parents, and community members. We've had the master facilities planning team that has all those stakeholders. And last year, whenever we had to do the reintegration team, as we looked at how to handle the pandemic, we put together a team that had, this one didn't have students, it had parents and community members. So these are ways by which we get feedback. When you look at the community, we have the community linkage meetings. We've had that with the pastors this year and the school accountability teams that you've all been involved with. We have the school accountability team and the district accountability team that have community members that sit on that. This last year, we had community and parents that sat last spring on our elementary reading adoption. This spring, we hope to have that on our elementary math curriculum. We have those task force groups that we talked about, and really we have public opinion. So there was a lot of things we heard tonight that we put in and assimilate. We see things, I know Lindsay for us tracks a lot of the conversations on social media and brings to awareness of our teams the conversations that are in the community, and those are all feedback loops that help inform the district as far as actions and things that we do. So the last category we have is really that bolstering partnerships. And if you think of this is really a core value for us. It's in our strategic plan, and it's been in our core beliefs for ever since I can remember, that our idea is that we are bolstering relationships. We want to have, so it's not that principal, I'm picking on Yvonne, it's not that principal at the middle school, it's Yvonne Goings. It's a person that we have a relationship with. It's not that superintendent, it's Dr. Neal, so that people understand that we are people here working to the benefit of our students. And that is achieved with visibility in the community, connections and supports, and respectful interactions and responses. And this is really a core value that we hope to model in everything that we do with staff. So if you look at our student partnerships, you're gonna see that one of our hugest core values is also mentoring. You will see this in our elementary schools, you'll see it in our middle school, and you'll see it in our high school. So every student is with a teacher in a smaller setting, so 1 to 15, 1 to 20, 1 to 25. That teacher is the advocate at that school for that kid, and they're having conversations with those kids every day. And really, they are also partnering with their parents. So whenever people say, who should I call? I say, call the mentor teacher, because they are the person at school advocating and talking with your kid. And that's the relationship we want to foster. And we've done training with staff, because it's not natural. I was trained to teach math, but we were also trained to teach kids. And so we've done a lot of what that looks like when you mentor a student. We've also have our counselors and social workers that serve in that role of connecting with kids. And we have our staff. And that's our staff in general. And some of that I challenge, like I can walk to every school in the district and every principal and admin in that building, and they walk down the call and call kids by name. So my kid, I've been in other high schools. It's really rare for a high school principal to walk down the hall and call kids by name and be like, how was the game last night? How was work? What's going on with your car? Did you finish your project? You got to catch up on that work. And our principals in every building, if you watch them, just walk with them. They will have a conversation with a kid that is about a relationship, and that is unique to Woodland Park schools. And that's something that we celebrate.
Tina, again, this is an area that I'll take just 30 seconds to illustrate. Coming off of the pandemic and listening to my colleagues, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I'll be in the Southern Colorado Superintendent's Conference for the day. Districts across the state of Colorado are really struggling when it comes to mental health. Districts across the United States are. Our team getting ahead of this, getting set up for this year, and our teachers are trained and established already coming into this year on mentoring and supporting our kids. So we cannot report compliance on the aspect of taking care of the culture of our student connections with adults without illustrating very clearly this is a tremendous effort. And I think Woodland Park is becoming well known around the region for the teachers that have been trained in this and the way that we mentor kids. And so I wanted to give just a hand and a gratitude to all of our teachers and staff for the mentoring that they do. Thank you.
And you can see the results of this, and I know we've given this statistic a lot. We're proud of it. It was a statistic from last spring. 89% of our middle school and high school kids reported that they had a trusted adult in the school, and that is one of the highest protective factors for student crisis. And I'm gonna look at Jen. We're gonna knock on wood that we have not had student crisis through this. And I challenge you to talk to other high schools especially. We've had a lot of student crisis. We have a nationwide Surgeon General declared student crisis with the mental health of students. And we are connecting with our kids, and we think that's why we have avoided that. So in addition to that, we have student supports. We offer tutoring, we offer counseling, we offer restorative practices, and we offer positive pro-social activities. And I'm gonna highlight a couple of those. When we talked about our mentoring meetings, we do have the ability through Summit Learning to track and work with kids on goals and specifics around mentoring. For our students in that, Gateway 4th and 5th, all of middle school, and 9th, 10th, and 11th, we have had over 6,000 tracked mentor meetings this year. That's a one-on-one, at least 15-minute conversation with a student about not just how things are going, but how are you doing academically? Let's look at your goals. Let's look at where you're at. How can I help you? What resources do you need? And I will tell you that that number is probably well over 2.5 times that when you add informally what we do outside of this formal tracking system. Restorative practices at the middle school and high school, we have had 200 referrals. So those are referrals for kids to engage in productive resolution of of conflict, and that has supported close to 500 interventions. So I think, is Josh still here? Yeah. So that's why he's tired. So those are 500 times 200 referrals that students resolve something in a productive manner. We didn't just send them away, go home for a while and cool down. We resolved that in a productive way with skills that will help them as adults when they have conflict, because it will happen. Pro-social activities, this is one of our proudest moments this year. When we changed our calendar for long breaks, we had hoped that things would pop up in the community for kids to do. We didn't see that happening, so we used one of our grants to make it happen, and we partnered with community agencies, and last March, we started sponsoring and organizing events on any break that was more than 3 days. So we started offering events. We started with 9 and 13 registrations, then 7, and we got 115 registrations this fall, so you can kind of see how it flows. This last one over spring break, we had 15 activities for kids over spring break and 232 registrations. Yeah. So if you look at that, over the last year, we have sponsored or helped facilitate 67 activities with close to 600 registrations for students. So let's talk about some of these in March. We went out to Golden Bell. We offered blacklight dodgeball, swimming, and rock climbing, and know that these 67 activities are free. So there is never a charge for parents. And in fact, our kids that are over 11, you can call Invita, and as long as the parent signs off, we will get them a ride to the activity. So they can go in a little taxi cab through Invita as long as a parent signs off. In March, we've gone out to Aspen Valley Ranch and done survival skills. A huge one this time was Bugtacular, which was a little project with bugs. We had 60 elementary kids show up for that. We did Habitat for Humanity Youth Build Day. So our high school kids 16 and over can go help build a house. We opened our college and career center and talked about how to write a resume for that summer job or how to write an application for a scholarship. So that was open so kids could come hang out. So we have some amazing things going on. Earlier in February, the big hit was pony rides. So we had some pony rides. We've bought out the theater and shown movies. So we are continuing this work. We're hoping to partner with Community Partnership and their beautiful new building by City Market, and they are going to hopefully take over some of the management for this, and we will shift the grant money to them, because that was the goal for their community center, was people would come there and do things. So we will continue this effort. Our goal is there's at least 2 activities every day of that long break, except for the weekend. And they cover grades preschool through 12th grade. So if you see Laura Magnuson, she is the mastermind behind this. So you can thank her for incredible work here. If you look at family partnerships, we've told families, connect to that mentor teacher. That mentor teacher is your person. We've held conferences with that. We call them now family meetings. So it's not a parent-teacher conference. It's a meeting with an advocate in the school that's helping grow your child. So they're going to sit and talk with you about their progress and how they're doing. We have child study team meetings. We have, for our families, access to staff. We say if you want to talk to our staff, really the best way is you email them. And parents will say, they emailed me right back. So you email them, and we are available. Teachers, counselors, social workers, principals, administration. We do referrals to community resources. So we've helped families. We build that partnership by helping them find food, jobs, resources, how to pay their utility bills. We help do that for our families, which builds that relationship. And then we capitalize on the small town environment. Our staff stand on the field with them at Saturday soccer games. And our staff see them at the grocery store, especially when we go in our ball cap and we don't want to see them. And we stop and have conversations. So that's part of how we build that relationship. We're not that counselor at the high school, it's Jen Johnston. A person has a name, and we build that relationship. If you look at our family meetings this spring, 75% of our elementary school parents came to conferences. 94% of our middle school parents came to conferences. Woo! Wow. Right. That's unheard of in the spring. 70% of our 9th and 10th grade parents came. Again, unheard. Usually there were crickets at our secondary spring parent-teacher conferences. And 53% of our 11th and 12th graders came. We contacted every parent at least 3 times. Email, text, phone call, saying, please come. Some said no. We surveyed, a lot of our high school parents said, my kid's 17, 18, it's their issue. So they didn't come, but we asked them why they didn't come, and a lot of them said it was already taken care of. So this was a great statistic for us. We have hosted, we have students that we have child study teams, so I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what all these acronyms are. We have students that have special education plans, 232 of them. We meet at least once a year with those parents, but I would bet it's probably almost monthly with those parents that we connect and have meetings. I have special ed teachers going, yeah, that's a good. We have students on 504s that have accommodation plans that we meet with. We have 56 district-wide. We have students on advanced learning plans, 88 district-wide. Students on English language learning plans. Students that have read plans for our K-1-2, saying that they need to read at grade level by 3rd grade. We have students that have intervention plans through our intervention system for academics or behavior or safety plans. We have students we refer to interagency. We partner and we say, this family is using multiple resources in the community. Let's come together and support them. We have provided that for 18 families where everyone in the community comes together to support that family. And we have what are called best interest determination meetings for our students that are in the foster system, making sure that when a student comes or goes from us out of foster care, that there's a safety net for those students so they don't fall through the cracks at this time in their life. So if you look at that, that is close to 40% of our student population that we have plans on, and we are meeting with parents on a regular basis. Community partnerships, we are responsive. I know I've said, if people have concerns, I know we've had that conversation, have them give me a call. I'm happy to sit and have a conversation. So whenever our community says we want a meeting, we have a meeting. We have district events that honor our community, Veterans Day, Grandparents' Day. These are to build relationships with the community. We have agency partnerships. We partner with the city for facilities rental. We partner with the law enforcement for SROs. We partner with all of these community partnership, Department of Human Services, Families and Community Together, Teller County Public Health, Youth Pass Regional Ambulance District for the mental and physical health of our students. We partner with many private agencies, nonprofit and for-profit for facilities. And as Miles mentioned, we also partner and sit on Kiwanis and Rotary and Chamber, and I could keep going. Any agency in the community, we go and partner with them. So we have lots of partnerships with the community. So where are we growing? Because we're always growing. We're always growing. So we are growing by reconnecting. Last year, we closed our doors and kept people out because we wanted kids and staff here. And we did that on purpose because our goal was kids and staff in school. And we actually kept our kids in school more than any district in the region because we hunkered down and had some tight mitigation plans. As a result, we lost some of those connections. So we need to reconnect with the community because we did hunker down last year, but we had a reason. It was to keep the kids here and not at home. So we've got to reconnect. We need to explore how people want to be communicated to. Like Yvonne's found, she was writing newsletters that took a ton of time, and people are like, we're not reading them. So we need to figure out where do people want to see this information, because it's ever changing with technology. We need to formalize some systems for communication. We have some newsletters going home every week, and some every other week, and some here, and some there, and some in S'more, and some not, and some mentor meetings that are formal. We need to be more formal with a system so that our stakeholders know what that system is. We need to expand opportunities for student, and I highlighted that, student, parent, guardian, and community voice. And we are really focused on student voice. That is the voice coming out of the pandemic that they're saying, we all didn't live through the pandemic in school. These kids did. They have information that we never experienced. So we need to talk with them about that because they are the people that were affected the most in our schools by the pandemic. And we did that with the high school where we interviewed them and their voices were incredibly informative. And we need to identify effective formal survey timelines and instruments. We randomly survey here or there with these questions. We need consistency with surveying and providing input from the community. So these are the areas where we're looking to grow as we come out of the pandemic where communication really was very internalized. So at the end, and then I'll take any questions, I would say that we're working with areas for growth, but have made strides in the areas of relationships and communication with students, parents or guardians, and community stakeholders. So what questions do you have for me?
How many followers do we have on Twitter now?
That's not our proudest category.
Not very many. I mean, it's
not-
pretty
it's not
minimal.
seeing these-
I'm one of them, but
you could
I'm
also
one of,
ask about
I'm one of, yeah, there's me and a
Snapchat.
dozen others. And we're a select few that follow Twitter. Yeah, it's not been a big part of our initiative.
So YouTube's had the explosive growth, but Twitter, that's
Yeah.
explosively going to grow.
Twitter's for the few,
in
the
the
proud.
next year,
Yeah,
is that?
yeah. It's the same, and it's the same media that gets like reposted onto Twitter for the most part. But yeah, that hasn't been a big push.
And I think that's where we've said we need to figure out where our people want communication.
Well, what is the Twitter handle again, Miles? I mean, maybe the people here at this meeting would like to subscribe to it and follow it on Twitter. What is it?
You can get to it off our district
That's how much we
website.
don't use it. We don't know it.
The kids would like us to use Snapchat, so.
Questions from the board, and this is a really comprehensive. When you talk about these 4 executive expectations, they're really broad. I mean, Lindsay next year, after more than just a month and a half, will have part of this presentation as well. It just takes a lot to communicate how we're communicating. So, questions?
At WPSD2. If everybody in this room follows, we will quintuple our follow. Yeah, it'll be explosive, and then I'll make a big slide. I'll put a graph up,
Yeah,
and we'll get back to that.
Now I've lost them. Okay.
Members of the board, you have a document in front of you, if you wouldn't mind.
Are you finished?
I asked for questions, yeah, I didn't get
I
any.
pushed-
was
I
off
pushed
the
her a
hook.
little bit, she did.
That's because it's 9:20.
The only question was about Twitter.
Past my bedtime.
Let the record show.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept this wonderful presentation?
Motion to accept.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Kelly?
Austin.
Aye.
Barvetto.
Aye.
Illingworth.
Aye.
Patterson.
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Aye. All right, and we have some papers here to fill out.
You can give him a hand, please. It's a lot of work. While the board is filling out their evaluation of this presentation, I would also let the public know that Miles and Tina and Lindsay, with help, did complete 14 pages of narrative, a long story, in the board minutes for the board to read. And so it's like a little book on these. And so beyond just the slides that they present, they did, as executive leaders, do present each month an extremely detailed narrative as well. And so that comes out the following 4 weeks after it's approved by the board. But it's the narrative backing and the data behind these numbers as well. So you can't just put up the slides, you also have to show the numbers behind that. So thank you both for your extensive narrative. Well done. And Mrs. Tuttle, if you're still watching online, we do appreciate you giving up Miles' time. Thank you.
That's funny. All right, moving on. We have Teacher Appreciation Week. Woohoo!
Yep. I would agree.
I have the honor to read the official statement. The following resolution will be read and voted on at this meeting. That's this meeting. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers encounter students of widely different backgrounds, and whereas our country's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling and coaching students, and performing community service, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community, now, therefore, be it resolved, we, the members of the Board of Education of Woodland Park School District RE2, proclaim May 2nd through 6th, 2022 as Teacher Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the Woodland Park School District RE2 strongly encourages all members of our community to join in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do I need a motion? Yep.
You do? Yep. It's an action item.
I would like to have a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second.
Mrs. Kelly.
Austin.
Aye.
Brevetto.
Aye.
Illingworth.
Aye.
Patterson.
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Aye.
Mr. President, motion passes, and we will continue to. Yep. I would say that Ms. Prawl has worked extensively on some gifts for our teachers. She was working on the embroidery designs today. We are proofing, and so it should be a fun week. I know the community is also putting out signs for our teachers in support of our teachers, 400 plus signs around. And so if you get a chance to grab one of those, I would love the community to be really plastered with just a pro-teacher support hug, if you will. I don't know how else to say it, but just a support circle. So, Mr. Gustafson.
Okay. The next action item, you should have in your packet a document entitled Supplemental Budget Resolution Number 1. And so I'm going to briefly cover what this is all about and then ask for your approval of this. We rarely come to the board with a supplemental budget resolution because typically, kind of back to our conversation earlier, we adopt a budget in June and then we revise a budget in January. Dr. Neal at a previous meeting described why we didn't do that revision process this year. So one of the reasons for going through a revision is we finish our fiscal year June 30. We've got a new budget going forward. An audit is completed by November, and that kind of finalizes a lot of our numbers. Right? So without having done a mid-year budget resolution, what we have to do, especially in the grants fund, which is what this is about in front of you, is make sure we allocate the carryovers from the previous fiscal year. All right, so what you have in front of you are grants in our designated purpose grant fund 22. These are not general fund allocations, but these are carryovers and some additional allocations in specific grants that have carried forward from last year or been allocated since the passage of our budget June 26th or whatever it was of 2021. Right. The grants, the local grants, you can read there, are the Colorado Department of Health Services Child Care Operations Grant, which is also encompasses the Workforce Sustainability Grant. These are daycare and after-school programming and support grants. The Colorado Education Initiative CERN grant, which is a social emotional redesign network grant. All of those grants address some stipends, supplies, equipment for specific purposes. A lot of the things that Tina talked about are encompassed in some of this grant funding. The Jadinator donation grant, that is a local grant from a family that raises money through a golf tournament and sends it to the district. From the state side of things, some carryover for the School Counselor Corps grant. This addresses counselors at all buildings, grant funded. We also have general funded counselors. The School Health Professional Grant, which addresses and funds social workers in our buildings. There's some carryover there. The Career Development Improvement Program, which is a high school vocational certification grant, specifically around welding. The LSTA, American Rescue Plan Act, State Library Grant. This is a library grant that came out of coronavirus relief funding. And the READ Act, elementary reading support. There was a slight additional allocation within the last 12 months in the READ Act. The CDE Staff Wellness Grant addresses, as it describes, staff wellness. And a state library grant, more library funds for our libraries. And then on the federal side of things, the title grants are our consolidated grants, which are utilized at Gateway and Summit Elementary School as designated title schools. And there was some carryover and additional funding there. So all of those grants combined, the carryover from the previous year, that we're asking approval to make sure that we can spend in this fiscal year these additional amounts, which many are tied to salaries, many are tied to stipends, is $164,229. Okay. On the reverse side, you see the corresponding instruction or the corresponding expenditure programs. Right, so the different allocations for the instructional program, co-curricular program, so on and so forth. We haven't done the Budget 101 yet to explain what programs are and objects and those kinds of things. But programs are how we divide up and report most of our expenditure categories. Again, matching that $164,229. So, brief synopsis, carry over an additional money. We need approval to make sure that we can spend it in this fiscal year. What questions do you have?
I don't have any questions.
Pretty simple standard.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. You guys have any questions? No. Do I have a motion to accept Mr. Gustafson's report?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Mrs. Kelly?
Austin.
Aye.
Rivetto. Illingworth.
Aye.
Patterson.
Aye.
Resterholz.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
David, can we take a break, just a few minutes?
Yes. Recess.
How many minutes, sir?
5 and a half. Or less.
David?
meeting to order. All right, what? You guys decided? Okay. Next on our list is the rediscussion about the Merit Academy MOU.
Matthew, could you start off for us?
Sure. So, Board of Education, this is a topic that you have all been briefed on 2 times prior. In both of those conversations, I think that there was a discussion that I was doing a lot of the presenting, and I was doing a lot of the discussing about what the MOU was and what the MOU's purpose was for merit. The ongoing concern is that the board needs to have a discussion between the board themselves. And while I'm ex officio to the board, I don't sit on the board. And so it's really important that the board take the time to contemplate and discuss among themselves the value of the MOU or the value of merit without the superintendent's guidance or without the superintendent's being involved in that discussion, because really it's your vote on your discussion around the Memorandum of Understanding. Okay. So that being said, backing up to the concept of the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU was established with council to address the fact that previously Merit had submitted an application in the previous year, as well as had gone through the application conversations with the DAC and had staff comment provided on the previous application in the previous year. Council has advised that the MOU was a reasonable action that the board could take to approve the merit charter application to bring them from being a contract school to being a charter school. That is a concept that is not contemplated a lot in law, and that is that the contract school doesn't have a lot of provisions around contracts. It's a new concept. It doesn't have a lot of descriptors around it, but the belief or the discussion by council was that the board was well within its rights to approve coming from an existing going concern or an existing school as a contract school coming to being a charter school. So really the discussion tonight is once again that the board is going eyes wide open into the discussion of a Memorandum of Understanding approving Merit as a charter school with the board's discussion, which will conclude in a vote one way or the other on the approval of the charter school. What this does not do is describe the provisions of a charter school and the relationship that is going to be then completed, really is almost complete, with the contract of what the performance of the charter school needs to be described. So you're approving the charter school as a concept, as an entity, and the details of what that charter school is obligated to fulfill is in a later approval of the contract itself. I'll be glad to take any questions or the board to debate the legitimacy of the Merit as a charter school. Could continue.
I do have a question, Dr. Neal. When you came up with the idea of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, to streamline a process that had already been reviewed, had you had experience in that in the past, and what was the motivation for streamlining it in this way?
We took counsel from both John Stanek and Brad Miller, both of whom suggested that the most expeditious way, because the charter school was already in contract status, was for the board to approve an MOU. The board's continual wish or the continual communication with my office was that time was not needed to extend that process, that the board really needed to convey an approval or the board really needed to convey a desire for the Merit school to exist within the district as a chartering authority. I've chartered a lot of schools. The MOU concept was one that the attorneys and I talked about as a expeditious way to go through let Merit know that they were approved. Let Merit know that they were within bounds in the pleasure of the board, that the details of how the school was going to be functioning could and should be detailed later in a contract. It was for the sake of the board's expressing, we want this charter school in our district.
Now, a question that I have is, there were some concerns from the previous review by the previous board in regard to things like lunches, busing, special education, those sorts of topics. This MOU, does it address that, or those issues are addressed in the actual contract itself?
The MOU does not address previous concerns. The contract itself will.
So this is just a pathway to, since all of those issues have been discussed, this is a pathway to the contract and then from the contract to the lease. Is that correct?
There's no connection from the contract to the lease. The lease is a standalone discussion, all due respect, but the contract itself is its own response to this MOU. That is correct. The board will have a later discussion about lease and facilities and all of that when we receive the information from Cooperative Strategies about the, Miles, what is it called? Feasibility study. Thank you, sir. So tonight in an executive session, the board will spend a couple hours talking about the contract with Merit. But that will be in response to the MOU that the board would need to go through and approve.
So we're going, and we're not starting it over, because it has like a date on it, and there's a 90-day window for negotiating a contract, but we'd be...
You would be technically starting it over.
Okay, so it'd have a new 90-day date on it?
It unfortunately would have a new 90-day date on it.
Okay. And Superintendent, as you expressed, the MOU is something that you proposed to the board and legal counsel after a previous public meeting where the board had expressed the sense that we wanted as much of a streamlined and expeditious process in the consideration of Merit's charter application, right?
Correct. This was a council-approved pathway to accelerating the approval of Merit. So again, hey, Superintendent, how can we get this done? It can be done through an MOU. Does council agree? Yes, council agreed.
Okay, but I mean, it was your idea, you proposed it, and council agreed?
I proposed it as a solution, and council agreed.
And board agreed?
And then board agreed, previously.
We voted on it twice previously.
That's correct. This will be the third vote of this board on that, and I think I probably should step away and allow the board to discuss the legitimacy of it.
Okay. What I would say to the board is, as we know, we've discussed Merit and the MOU and the process almost ad nauseum. And, you know, one of the things that we need to be aware of with the MOU is that, as Matthew was talking about, it was a slightly different process because there's a process set out in the law for approving a charter school. And in this case, Merit had already gone through the charter application. In the previous year, they had been denied by the Board of Education. I think it was in December of 2020 was the final vote on that. And when we came into office and we started discussing this, I specifically remember, like Gary, you had a comment about like why go through the whole thing again? Why put everybody through that? Not the board, but the necessary work for Merit to redo their application, for the DAC to stand up again, for the administration to take a second look at something they had already seen. And so we talked about bringing in somebody to streamline that process, and we had counsel. I remember it was Tim Farmer was here in one of our December meetings, and he went through the process with us. And we talked about that the law about approving charters with the application and the DAC, that really that was designed for charter schools that were not in operation, that only existed on paper as a speculative investment. And also that the law, while setting out policies and recommendations, it does make clear that those are recommendations and they can be waived by the board. It talks about the DAC, that if practicable, the DAC will review and make recommendations. But almost everything could be waived except crucially, there had to be public approval of the charter application. When we've talked about the MOU before, I think it was clear that the MOU was the vehicle for approving the charter application. And it would initiate a process where our attorney and Merit's attorney would start up an actual contract, and I remember them saying that they were going to take the charter application and that was going to become the base for the contract to begin with. That was the starting point. I think what we should be clear about in voting on it again is that in approving the MOU, we are approving under the law Merit's charter application and granting them charter status if someone were to find, if some appropriate court of law were to find that that hadn't occurred properly or that wasn't legally sufficient in previous board meetings. So that should be clear. There's a two-step process. There's approving it as a charter, which does bestow benefits and rights on Merit Academy. For instance, if we did not complete a contract, as a approved charter school, Merit can appeal to the state board and if there's a favorable ruling from the state board, bring us back to the negotiating table and things like that. So it's important, I think, that we keep that in mind in casting a vote, whether we're approving it or not, that it is under the law an approval of Merit as a charter school, and it does put certain obligations on us and on them. And so we can't think of the MOU as sidestepping that.
So I have a question then. If we, for some reason, were not to approve it, you clearly said they would be able to appeal it to the state and bring it back to us again, possibly, if the state ruled favorably for them.
Not the MOU, David, but the contract.
Oh,
so
okay.
When you approve a charter school under law, like, you are required to negotiate for the actual charter itself, the contract. And if you can't come to terms, the charter school has the right to appeal it, and the state board has in the past ordered the district and the charter school back to the table. And so there's an expectation when a charter school is approved under law that a charter will be reached absent, I think, extraordinary circumstances. But I'm certainly not an expert on it. I'm not providing legal advice. I'm giving you my layman's reading of the law, and of course we've had advice from counsel numerous times. But I think it's important in the public record that we understand when we approve an MOU, it does have meaning under law. It does confer rights and obligations on both the district and the charter applicant, and the MOU is doing that. The same as if we had a resolution that said whereas. The important thing is that whether we title it an MOU or resolution, it receives a public vote, and we understand that it does have a legal consequence. So, and what I would like to say, and further that, I'm sorry that I'm occupying the microphone, but I guess everybody knows I'm kind of, I'm a pro-Merit guy, and I have kids in the school, and so I guess I sometimes see myself as a bridge. Did you have something you wanted to say, Matthew? You're just paying attention.
When they did this, the other board members had concerns, and do we address those, that they've addressed those concerns and then they met to our satisfaction?
Well, I understand that is in our next meeting.
The next meeting, the contract.
Where we're discussing the contract with our new attorney.
So we
those, as I understood from previous conversation with the attorneys, that those concerns that the previous board had would be satisfied and expressed in this next contract.
Okay.
At least the ones that are pertinent to meeting the legal requirement of having a chartering the school.
Okay. So this MOU has nothing
And
to
I
do
did.
with it.
I was concerned about that as well.
Yeah.
Some of the things that they said, I was concerned about it, and I
Well-
understand that they have been met, or there are plans in place to meet those things.
Because I got from Nicole, obviously, a document that addressed those concerns. And I read it, and you probably read it too, I don't know.
Which document?
They have a document that they address the concerns, and I suppose everybody got it.
Well, I mean, my understanding is back when they were denied, they responded to
Yeah,
it.
right. I
So
think they
that's
probably
all,
saw
that's all public record. And I'd like to say that in the course of going through this process, I have reviewed the DAC committee report that was done on the previous charter application. I have reviewed every public comment that was emailed in as part of that application process. I have reviewed the recommendation of the independent expert hired by the previous board in the course of doing that charter application. This has not been a fly-by-night operation by any measure. This is a process that has been going on for over a year, almost continuously. If we look at Merit initially filing a charter application, going through the process set out by our predecessors, then standing up as a contract school in our community, opening its doors, being operational, coming back to us again as a charter applicant, and the process that has been ongoing under our board with Tom Weston, with Brad Miller, with our administration, with Merit's administration, Merit's council. There's been a lot of that going on, a lot of discussions amongst the administration and Merit's administration. It's been a continuous process. So it has not been, and I mean, where are we on, month 6? We have a meeting and it's always brought up. So it's been a very in-depth process. It's a process that I have always supported. I campaigned on it because I believe school choice is something that the people of this community not only want, but need. I believe that it is a no-brainer decision. It is a win-win for this district to bring in Merit Academy as a charter school. Everybody knows that our enrollment numbers have been falling off a cliff over the past several years. Merit Academy, by standing up as a contract school, inadvertently contributed to that because children left our district to go to Merit Academy. When children leave our district to go to Merit, they fall off of our rolls and they take the state funding with them. So financially, it has had a negative impact on our district. Moreover, as it operates independently, it operates without the oversight of the community within which it operates, other than its own board, which is drawn from the community. But as a charter board, they would have more oversight from this board as well, which of course, as we all know, for the first time in many years, is elected. So the people can have their say on it. I think that is good for everybody in this community. It is good for the district. It is good for Merit. There are a group of people who think that chartering Merit is just good for Merit and it's not good for the district.
Well, after the meeting we had last night over at Columbine, when I saw, it's a nationwide issue. It's especially a Colorado issue with declining enrollment. So it's just something that's happening nationwide. We didn't hear reasons for it, but it's definitely here. Last night, during Susan Miller's presentation, there was discussion about at some point, we will have to close a school. It's without question, and within possibly 2 schools, and her recommendation will be that one of them would be one of the elementary schools and consolidate, and then the next step would be consolidating the middle school over to a gateway, at least a suggestion of those were some of the options that she had said last night. I think, personally, I'd like to see our kids stay where they're at, and one solution is taking over, cost of the facility is a benefit to the district in itself by bringing those kids into a building and helping to pay the cost of this. And it would take a burden off of the general budget. At least, that's my sense of it, of one of the benefits of doing that.
Well, you can't keep schools open if you don't have students to fill them. Merit Academy has students. Those students will come into this school district. They can fill one of our buildings. They can bring funding back to this district. if that's what Susan Miller is recommending, we're not in a position to simply wave our hands and dismiss a group of families because they want to operate under a different sort of curriculum. We have to be welcoming to all of our families. We have to offer school choice. And if there's over 100 kids there, we lost about 200 kids in the previous year. If we can bring back 150 and 200 kids, we can reverse the decline that has plagued this district and this community for a long time. And now you've got a consultant brought in by the superintendent who's telling you what the fruits of that decline are that we're about to reap. We are in a position where we cannot simply say to families, if you don't like it, leave. We need to be welcoming to families in this community. We need to be welcoming to talented teachers and counselors and staff, even if they're in a school that we didn't like their idea to begin with. We're not in a position to be turning people away. So we need to bring people back. And that's how it's a win for this school district. It is a win for both sides. It's quite frankly, it's common sense. It's a no-brainer at this point. And look, I disagree with the decision made by the previous board. I disagreed with the process they used. I disagreed with their rationale. I disagreed with their vote. I've always been open about that. But it's a different decision that we have made, not because it's different board membership. It's a different circumstance entirely. Because the old board, you know, I get it that they were having to speculate and guess on whether what was on paper was going to actually turn into reality. And they were coming out of the COVID shutdown year. There was a ton of uncertainty. They were, you know, having to make educated guesses. We, fortunately, don't have to make an educated guess about whether Merritt could successfully open stores, could successfully recruit educators, could successfully recruit students. We know they've been able to do that, and they've been thriving. We know they have staff. We know they have students. We know they have a wait list. So it's just an entirely different matter today than it was a year ago. It's not about, well, it looks good on paper, I guess we'll see. So as much as I might have disagreed with our predecessors, I can respect the decision that they made. It would be nice if some of our predecessors could respect that we're making a decision with different facts than they had and take that into account. But we should at least be taking that into account. I'd also like to talk about that one of the reasons we chose and supported the superintendent's idea, or at least I did, for the MOU vehicle, was that the other unique circumstance was timing. That, as we all know, the intent to enroll period is upon us. Staff deciding whether to remain somewhere is upon us. And so we all recognized at the time that we just couldn't take another 6 months just going through a process that had already been done. That we needed to work in good faith with an already open school to accommodate both the needs of the district and Merritt Academy in terms of being able to successfully plan and budget and get their students in for the following academic year. So that's why I always thought the MOU was, I guess one of the superintendent's best ideas as far as the 6 months that we've worked together. I thought it was a good idea. I supported it then. I supported it the 2 times we voted for it, and I intend to support it as well tonight.
Let's hear from some of these, from Sue or Chris or Gary.
Yeah, I concur with Director Illingworth. It's not just a dream on a piece of paper. They've been in operation for a year. They've kept families in the community, and our bottom line is the students too. And when we serve the students, we also serve the families, and I think it's good overall for our community. And Colorado is a school choice state. We're trying to bring choices to parents. That's what they have expressed us to do. And in reference to it helps drive our community. And so I concur with what Director Illingworth is saying. And he's correct, we haven't pushed the envelope I need to direct this to the board. I feel we haven't pushed the envelope so fast because we've been ill-advised or taken a risk. It's because if we want to we're going to have to close 1 or 2 schools. And why should we want a school to be empty for a year if this is, and we can't set our schools up for the 22-23 school year or Mira up for success for the 22-23 school year if we don't act upon this now. We've got a lot of work to do. We've gone over the contracts. We've gone over the DAC. We've researched this information that we've gotten from the board and Merit Academy, all the information that we feel we need. And it is a push for time because if we want this to be successful for the 22-23 school year for both our school or for the Woodland Park School District and Merit and bringing them in, it has to be done, and it has to be done. We have to make some decisions. They're hard decisions, but our schools, we can afford another year to have schools half full or make the decision to close 2 schools down. That's a lot of money to maintain the schools. That could go to teachers' raises, and it could benefit the school district. So I agree with Mr. Illingworth.
Well, I agree with Sue and David over here. We did run on. We're responsible for everybody in the district, all the students in this district, whether they go to, whether they go to the Colorado Springs Christian School, as I understand it, or Merit Academy. We represent all of them, and everybody's got a different opinion. We're placed in a position where we have to accommodate as many people as we can with our decisions, and I think, as David said, it's a win-win situation. And we did promise families who wanted to have a more classical education a choice to have their students go to that classical education school. And I think we have an obligation to live up to that promise that we made them. And I think this is because it's a win-win situation. I think, as you say, it's a no-brainer. And I don't see too much of an objection to it, because we still have to review the contract and ensure that Merit, accommodates everything that we have in that contract and meets the criteria that we set up in the original contract. So we're going to review that again. So this is like a 3rd or 4th review that we're doing. So I think we're doing due diligence and obviously looking at all aspects of this move. And because we've studied, as you said, for 6 months now. In fact, that's pretty much all we discussed for the last 6 months. I would like to get on to discuss
it's
things
certainly
for the
been
school.
a repeated topic
Yeah.
in public comment.
Yeah.
It's certainly not been something that has been sprung upon the community
Oh, no.
with 24 hours notice.
Yeah. And I like to see it get done so we can go on to other things.
Teacher pay. Did you want to add something, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have had conversations with the community, and one of the processes for approving an application had to do with just taking in the community's feedback. And so I actually appreciate the opportunity to revisit this. I know some of you are frustrated with the process. I've actually had a fair amount of reflection, not only on what I've been hearing in the community, but also things related to this process of transference of a contract school to a charter school, utilizing an MOU versus the application process that's laid out for us in the school administrative policies, in particular LBD-R. And that's pretty clear, but this, for a charter school to apply for that. But what is not clear is this transfer from contract to charter. That is not clear. In fact, when we had a consultant come in from CSI, Charter School Initiative, he made it very clear to us that this is unprecedented. And that one of the things that he wanted to do was to ensure that in our process of approaching a transfer from a contract school to a charter school, that we did things in, I think the words were, best practice. Because what we were going to do, essentially, was establish precedent. Not only, so this for me has less to do with the viability of Merit as a school. I actually commended them when they brought their application to the board initially. The amount of work that they've put into this, the passion that they've had, the relationships that they've had with members of this community, many of whom I personally know, and I know their kids. And so this is not in any way a question of their commitment or their capacity and actually their competency. This actually, for me, what this has done is it's afforded me the opportunity to revisit my own thoughts related to what precedent are we setting in the state of Colorado. It's one thing for us to be looked at as a district who is providing mentorship and is, 3 steps ahead of most districts when it comes to social emotional care and wellness for our students, and providing an atmosphere of safety and all of those amazing things. Like, we actually, I'm proud of that. I'm not sure I would be proud of establishing a precedent where we would actually shortcut a process of answering some really big questions that are in this community through an application process that would actually allow the members of this community and ourselves. Like, I'm hearing you say that you've gone over the contract 2 or 3 times. I've not seen the contract.
When I said it, it's been forwarded and released in public, Chris. So it's out there. People have seen it. It's on the on the Woodland Park Schools website.
Let me just say this. Let me continue with my input. My conversation tonight with our new attorney will be the first conversation that I will have with this board about our contract with Merit Academy. I'm just establishing that as truth based on my experience.
Are you talking about the contract or the contract application?
I'm asking you, what contract have you looked over 2 or 3 times? I'm hearing you talk about this.
Contract application. There is no contract yet. That's what we're going in to discuss. And we haven't discussed it with her either.
Because in that, I want to be able to answer the big questions of, like, practically. Let's just look at it practically.
Well, Chris, the attorneys have been trading contracts back and forth for months. If you go to the Support Woodland Park Schools website, Matt Kalowski has published one of those draft contracts that he obtained in Acora.
So all I'm saying is...
Well, it's on the website.
I have not seen it, so that if it's on me, it's on me. So thank you for...
I'm just saying it's in the public. I'm not saying it's on you.
Well, I'm just saying that this is the first opportunity I've had to actually have a conversation with you as a board about this. Exactly. Well, I'm just saying that I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. And if you will allow me to finish my thoughts.
Please do.
I want to know what's best for the Woodland Park School District as an institution. Yes, we could say that every student who goes to Merit is part of our district. We could say that about the students who go to the Colorado Springs Christian School. However, their parents have chosen to have an institution separate from the Woodland Park School District to educate their children. That is their choice. I honor that choice. For us to say that every student who goes to the Merit Academy is like in our district, there's some truth to that. But I would say that the contract that they have, what Merit Academy has, is not a contract with an organization within our district. And therefore, what we are essentially doing is saying, okay, whatever institution you are contracted with, Merit Academy, we will receive, we're saying with this MOU, we will receive you as a charter school within our district, and now let's go through the process. So I'm understanding that. This does not give us the opportunity, however, to answer the big questions pertaining to, in particular, any debt that Merit Academy may have accrued during this last year of their charter or their contract work with this school. I don't know where they stand with that. I would know that if there was an application. I don't know what that is. I don't know if Woodland Park School District is going to be responsible in any way, shape, or form of managing that debt. I don't know that. The answer may be no, absolutely not. I don't know that. So I'm looking forward to a conversation that has to do with like some clarity of what it is that we are actually approving into our district. And so if it is a charter school or a contract school being transferred to charter, and now we go into the process of contract negotiations and so forth, yeah, I understand that completely. But actually the primary concern that I have is that we're setting a precedent in this state based on the legal advice of one individual. And I have not actually heard anyone else tell us. I mean, it would be ludicrous of us if we had like some significant health concerns that we not get a second opinion. It would be important for us and wise for us to actually seek out the counsel of many. We actually sought the counsel of one, the gentleman from CSI, I can't remember his name.
Tom Weston.
And we chose not to listen to his advice. We chose to go with something that was faster. And so here we are, and in retrospect, I suppose we would be further along the road if we had actually taken his advice. So I just think that it's important for us to exercise the kind of wisdom that's not short-sighted. Like honestly, I believe Merit Academy would continue as a contract school, and parents of this region would have the option of allowing their students to be taught at Merit Academy, whether they were a contract school or a charter school this next year. And I believe that that would be a choice that they could make, just like they have the choice to go to CSCS. Now, when you bring the argument about how it will bolster our numbers, it doesn't bolster our numbers, really. There's a pass-through that happens with finances. Yeah, those students are still in our district. They receive state funding, but Woodland Park School District does not actually benefit in any way from that. Even with the numbers, it's just, I mean, that argument doesn't hold for me, to be honest, because I'm seeing it from a clearer perspective, in my opinion, that what we actually want to do is we want to create an environment that will be attractive to outside families moving into our district and not just move numbers around and call that an increase in our numbers. I think that the difference here is that the precedent that we're wanting to set is not only a precedent statewide for what is best practice of transferring a contract school into a charter in a district, but it's also setting a precedent for how we're going to actually do our due diligence and not try to fast track, because honestly, I think the school's gonna, I don't know their condition. And the reason why I don't know their condition is because there was not an application and I've not been privy to it. And so those are my thoughts. And so I've actually considered that this is a really important conversation for us to have. And I've done a lot of reflecting on it. And I've appreciated not only parents from the Woodland Park School District who have voiced their thoughts, support, concerns, but also parents whose students go to Merit Academy who have met with me. And they've also communicated their thoughts and support, and even their concerns. And so, that being said, I just want to let you know that I think it's important for us as a board to set good precedent using best practice when it comes to transferring Merritt Academy from a contract school to a charter school here in this district. Thank you.
Chris, I just have a... Chris, I have a question. Just one for clarification for myself. When I said revisiting and talking about it, seeing it, I was talking about the MOU, seeing it several times. As far as the contract itself goes, tonight will be the first time that I too have seen it.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
So I did that. I just want to make that clear. I do have another.
Let me ask.
Wait on that. There has been no distribution of the contract outside of the attorney as well.
That helps me. I just want to ask a very direct question to my fellow board members. Have any of you seen the contract? The draft? It sounded to me like, Mr. Illingworth, like you have seen a draft of the contract.
I've seen it on public websites. I've seen that it's out there. I haven't read it.
I wouldn't mind, that's fine. I'm just curious, because I just want to clarify, not only for myself, but for this community, have there been conversations between any individual board member and Brad Miller related to the contract of Merritt Academy Charter School? Has anyone had that conversation?
My conversation with Brad was this, that I read earlier tonight, that he was stepping away from it. I have not had conversations other than there were a few questions about the length of the contract, the kind of data sharing program software that would be used. That has been the extent of my conversations.
I have not had one private conversation with Brad Miller.
I've had conversations with Brad here at the board meetings. Do you think there's something inappropriate about a board member getting counsel from the board attorney?
Not counsel, but advising the attorney on what they want to see in the contract. That would actually be a concern of mine if that was happening. And I'm not accusing anyone of that. I'm asking a direct question to this board. Is there anyone who has had a conversational relationship with Brad Miller pertaining to the contract of Merritt?
Well, your question goes into
Right.
matters that are
Two
properly
things.
talked about in executive session. So it's not appropriate for the board members to discuss confidential communications they've had with the board attorney. That's what the whole point of the attorney-client
But the
relationship is.
executive session is for a board, period, not for a board member. We have not had a board executive session with Brad Miller pertaining to the contract. If you're telling me that you've had executive sessions with Brad Miller pertaining to the contract and that should not be discussed here and now, then take that as
Chris,
an,
I'm not saying that. It's ludicrous to suggest that you could have an executive session between one board member and an attorney. That's not an executive session. What I'm saying is that the attorney represents the board, and members of the board could communicate with the attorney about matters related to legal advice in their duties as a member of the board.
But
That's
that
confidential
board
stuff.
member has not been assigned by this board as a subcommittee of this board. So if you are doing that, or if anyone is doing that, then they're doing that of their own volition and not assigned by this board as a subcommittee to work with an attorney. So I'm just trying to get some clarity on that, because it feels to me, and I know it's a feeling, but I have intuition, that if we're not careful, we're stepping into terrain prematurely, and this is why precedent is so important for me. And best practice is very important for me.
I hear your concern.
So I guess,
So the question, just to make it clear on this, there's 3 steps for it. There's this memorandum of understanding where we agree or not to agree that a Merritt will be a charter school. The second, that it depends on that MOU, that validates that MOU, is the contract that we're going to be discussing later. So two completely, in my mind, two separate things. Is it two separate things? Are you seeing that way, Chris?
I totally see it that way.
So if it's two separate things, the questions that I hear being asked are going to be answered in the contract that will take this to the next step. As I understand, the MOU is a gateway on the information and the application that was already given to the board where you served on as well. So you received that application and reviewed the information and public comment on that as well. Is that correct? I mean, is that true? I just want clarification.
The application that the previous board reviewed and had the DAC review, that precedes Merit Academy becoming a contract school and actually implementing the vision that they've had. So that being said, there's a lot of assumptions that everything that was in that original application is actually being adhered to, or you know, one of the things that you said that is true is that when Merit Academy became a contract school, they were not under the same scrutiny, I suppose would be a good word, and held accountable in the same way as if they had been chartered. So what assumptions are made then is if we just take their previous application at face value, we're assuming that everything that was written about in that application is actually being applied in practice, in real life. And so I'm not comfortable making that assumption. I would actually want to know more about what is actually happening in a very viable school situation. No doubt, they're working very hard, and a lot of the families in this region are grateful for their work. And so I commend them for that. I just need us to know what's really going on and not assume that because they made an application a year and a half ago that they're adhering to everything that they said in that application.
And I hear you, because I agree with you. My assumption is that we will find out those answers when we discuss the contract,
and I hear that, and we've put a tremendous amount of stock on that step in the process, the contract step. And for the sake of best practice, I actually don't want to make those kind of assumptions.
Dr. Neal, haven't you and the admin staff, you have been working with the attorneys from both boards, and you have been working on the contract, so you are like knowledgeable of some of the things that maybe didn't, there were concerns from the last board. I mean, you have been working towards.
To answer your question directly, we submitted comments on, again, this is going to the contract and not the MOU that is again, that's part of this discussion. The contract comments that were submitted by Mr. Gustafson and myself to Brad Miller was done on the 2nd of March or the 4th of March. March 2 was the last time that we reviewed that contract when Brad Miller stepped back and began the transition to Kaplan and Ernst. We again forwarded those comments to Kaplan and Ernst to make sure they were incorporated into tonight's later executive session. So from March 2 till now, we have not provided. Let me clarify. We did have a conversation with Kaplan and Ernst on yesterday afternoon as an executive team to discuss topics as well. There's been moments, Sue, on that contract, but it's not been a daily, weekly kind of conversation. I think we did an initial review of the contract that Brad had put forward. We also provided Brad an initial CSI contract in the beginning as well to look at and to use as partial templates, along with Tom's last name, Brian, I'm sorry, Tom Weston, to try to help that process along. But it sat with council, and then between council and the merit team, with merit attorney as well, Barry Arrington. So some involvement, but I would not categorize it as extensive involvement.
Is there more discussion on the MOU? Not the contract, but the MOU.
I want to respond to something. Chris, you say that Merit chose to leave us and you honor that choice, right?
Yeah, they had an option of reapplying.
Okay, so, but you recognize that their first choice was to be a charter school in this district, and they applied for that first, right?
That was their first decision, yes, or desire, yes.
And you talk about the process, and you're aware that the independent reviewer authorized by your board recommended the board approve them as a charter school, right?
With conditions.
But the recommendation was approval.
And as you're learning, being a member of this board, you can bring in a third-party consultant, but ultimately the decision is the board's decision. And as you said, the board at the time did its best job of assessing the viability of that application. And
So-
that individual who, just for the record, that individual who was hired to look through the application did not even reside in the United States and did not have a touch point specifically on what was happening in this community, and we had to take all of that into account. And so while there was stock placed in that report, it was not going to outweigh all of the other points that were referenced for us to deem it viable or unapproved. So
did you vote against hiring that expert in light of the concerns you've just expressed?
no.
Or did you vote for hiring that expert?
I don't recall actually a vote for hiring. I believe that that was a process that the administration wanted to bring in as many voices as they possibly could to include an outside voice, just like we were going to use CSI.
And so when you talk about best practices and process, you put Merit through a process that ended with a recommendation that they be approved, and yet you voted against it.
I'm
That's
not
not
on
true?
trial here. I'm actually not on trial here, so I don't need to answer that.
Well, you had you had a direct question for the board and for each of us individually, but you will not give us the same courtesy about a vote that's public record?
It's a public record. It's right there.
Please, this is a board discussion.
So you have it on public record, how I voted. I'll leave it at that. The process of getting to that vote took many, many months and hundreds of conversations, one of which was with an outside consultant.
And so you voted against a school you thought wasn't viable, and yet they opened up. So do you admit that that vote was wrong?
I don't admit that, but what I do acknowledge is their tenacity to make something happen.
And so you think it was correct that Merit was not viable?
I stand on my vote, yes.
But they are viable, right? Because they're open, right?
I don't know how viable they are.
If only you lived in a community where you could walk down to the free, fair, public, open school and take a look at it. If only you could do that. But you've never been there, have you? Have you?
Again, this is not about me. And if you want to make it about me, that's fine. We can duke it out.
Well, you
Not
talk about a
literally.
process, but you don't avail yourself of the fact that they are over there next to City Market and they're open every day of the week.
And like I said, if they were not approved as a charter in this district, I have full confidence that they would remain a school in this community and that parents in this community would have the choice to bring their students to Merit Academy contract school.
Okay. Well, a process that doesn't lead to a fair option for the school is no process at all. It's a rigged game, it's a con game, and it's beneath the dignity of the voters of this community. This school has gone through a process. They got a recommendation to be approved. They were denied despite that. They have come back, they have opened up, they have gone through another process. The MOU has been ratified 2 separate times. We have discussed this endlessly. We've heard endless public comment. And it seems to me that no process will ever satisfy you that they should be a charter school. That's clear from your record voting, that's clear from the process you put them through before, and that's clear through the record that you have continuously made in public meetings at this board, not just tonight.
Any response? Anyone else have anything to say about it?
Are we ready to vote?
Just checking to make sure that conversation has, everybody said everything that they want to say about it. Here is the motion. Whereas Merit previously applied to the district for charter authorization, and whereas Merit was approved as a contract school by E.R. BOCES, and whereas Merit now desires to transfer to district authorization as a charter school, and whereas as a contract school, Merit opened successfully in the fall of 2021, Merit asserts that its functions operationally and academically in the manner proposed in the original application as a classical academy, and whereas the parties agree that a pathway involving a brand new application process would, in many respects, be unnecessary and artificial, and whereas the boards of directors of the parties agree that any and all requirements to ensure future success can be included in the resulting charter contract. And whereas because the district staff and community wish to move forward with attention on consequential matters in this time of great pressure and change in public education, the district board wishes to move directly to the contracting phase. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing recitals, the parties hereby, 1, establish a period of no longer than 90 days to complete and sign a charter contract for a term of 5 years to begin on July 1st, 2022. And 2, agree that reasonable pre-opening and operating conditions to include finance, staffing, exceptional student services, enrollment, and educational program plans acceptable to the district board will be included in the charter contract. And 3, agree that the essential elements of the previous charter applications will be incorporated in the resulting charter contract. And 4, agree that if the parties are unsuccessful in reaching agreement on a charter contract, the district board will open a charter application window within 15 days, and Merit will be provided the opportunity to submit an original application and accorded every opportunity to be fairly and fully considered within the standard charter application process. That is the motion.
You've made the motion, or you've...
That is the motion, so.
Well,
do I have a motion
to approve it?
To approve this?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
Kelly?
Austin,
No.
Rovetto,
Yes.
Illingworth,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. President.
We move on to 11, reports. Mr. Superintendent.
Oh, David?
Yes, sir.
So sorry, there was one item that was amended to the agenda as a small item. Mr. President. That was the core request.
Oh. Yes, there is.
Mr. Illingworth, your request?
I have become aware that we have seen an explosive amount of core requests. I understand that since late January, there have been about 44 core requests up until April 10th. My understanding, Superintendent, is that there were no core requests in the previous year.
I'm looking for
I don't recall how many
Right.
we've had, but
previous was minimal.
minimal. I mean,
Okay.
nothing compared to.
And so what I would ask is, I would just like to know, when we get core requests in, what the core request is for. And then I would just ask that when materials released through Cora, that the board be copied on what's being released, so that will, I think, improve our knowledge of, what's going on, what's the, subject of discussion amongst the community, what is the community interested in. And so I just want to make sure that the board is as informed as the rest of the public is about the materials that are out there. And one of the reasons I say that is that I have been out on public websites, and I have seen material that was released there, and I was like, oh, I've never seen that before. And so we're not in a position to represent the public if we don't have the same sort of information that the public has. So I just ask that when materials released through Cora, we receive, an email to that effect so that we can also read the same material, and that also we be updated regularly about core requests that have come in. I think that will help us fulfill our public duties to be responsive to the concerns of the public and be informed about what's happening in the school district and in our community.
Is there any discussion on that?
On this one, Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
The only thing that comes to mind, Mr. Illingworth, is that the board be in receipt but not be in action of those documents. And so, Miles, Brian, Tina, and Dell spent a great deal of time executing, I don't know if that's a word. Executing, maybe that's a better way, the policies. And so as I kind of challenge the board to remain at a policy level, that they would not be engaged at an individual core request level. And so clear communication between a board member to the president in a public forum in response to a core request would be the appropriate pathway. So if there's something out there that was concerning, that you saw in a core request, that it would not be a point of engagement, because the board really should maintain that distance to allow staff to do their jobs. That would be my only request. That being said, I don't know that I have any further concerns.
Well, right, the board is not involved in the Cora releases. We don't decide what goes out in Cora. I'm not asking to, obviously there's no role in the law for the board to have input in what gets released in Cora. The custodian of records does that. I'm simply asking to receive the same information that the public receives.
Understood.
And it's not just director emails, of course. Cora's come in for employment contracts for our various principals and things like that. They can come in for all sorts of things that don't have anything to do with the board. So I think it's very useful to be informed about what's going on out there. What are people looking for? What do people have questions about? Like I said, it is a passive thing I'm asking for, which is to be notified of the requests as they come in, and to be, have the same resources available to us that are being released to the public.
I understand.
What does it take to do? They're already being released to the person who is asking for the information. Is there any additional cost or work involved to pass that on to the board of directors?
No, sir.
Is there any other discussion about the board receiving the information that's already being handed out in Cora requests? Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I would move that in the future, any core request that comes in, that information is shared with the board in a reasonable fashion, and that any material that is released pursuant to core also be made available to the board automatically.
Electronically?
Yeah.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I second it.
Ms. Kelly?
Austin,
Aye.
Ravetto,
Aye.
Illingworth,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Resterholz.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Superintendent, sir.
I'll keep my comments brief for the evening that is well underway. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late. First of all, I'd like to thank Katie Rexford for taking a pie in the face this week. That's probably my only true compliment. Is she still in the building? She was nearly out of the building. Katie Rexford took pies in the face this week in celebration of her kids as the principal, embarrassing herself so that kids could express that they had accomplished reading goals. And I thought that was phenomenal, that she took personal embarrassment to do that. So thank you, Ms. Rexford, very much. You can give her another hand, please. The only other is to thank the community and especially to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to interview in the Anchorage School District. It was just an opportunity that was brought to us as a family. We spent a lot of time thinking about it. After about 19 hours of discussion, the board in the Anchorage School District and I had a conversation about Thursday night, and of the discussion, me being their superintendent or me not being their superintendent, and just found that it was the best decision for them that they would pick their local candidate, and the best decision for us as a family is to remain here in the employ of the Woodland Park School District, which we're really excited about. And so, thank you.
I want to respond next, right after him.
Well, and I appreciate that.
If you read in the paper, they actually, Trevor, got it right, everything that I said. I was so glad. That was a joke. You're supposed to laugh. So I really am happy that Dr. Neal is staying here with us. I was praying hard that he wouldn't get the job. So anyway, I'm glad he's here to stay.
And our kids are too. For those of you that have kids in transition, it's oftentimes they're the cornerstone of these decisions. So my wife and I are excited. I have another 2 years left on my contract here, and that's my commitment to remain for that period of time. And will continue to serve this board and serve this community with those years in front of me and discussions thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glad you're here.
Thank you, everyone.
Other directors?
I would say it's certainly a relief that we don't have to attempt to replace Dr. Neal at this time, but I don't think that I could top the praise that Mr. Resterholz has bestowed on you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the staff for fostering a culture of safety and inclusion. So thank you for that, for our students. Thank you. I also wanted to thank this community for holding this board accountable, sincerely. And that leads me to my final thought here. I'd like to encourage us as a board to take a good look at that policy governance manual. And I'm saying that to myself too. And just really understand that as we were listening to Tina and Miles give that presentation, it really is a safeguard for us as a board and for this district if we would adhere to those policies and honestly just practice them in a way that, just brings a new confidence to this community. So thank you.
I couldn't understand that.
Mr.
Anyone
Rivett,
else?
anybody else?
There being no more
board comments. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to move into executive session. So at this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024B. The board will convene an executive session for the purpose of conferring with the attorney for the board to receive advice on specific legal questions concerning the proposed terms of a charter contract with Merit Academy. I would also like to ask for Brian Gustafson to join us and Superintendent Dr. Neal.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Kelly.
Austin.
Aye.
Corvetto.
Aye.
Illingworth.
Aye.
Patterson.
Aye.
Rusterholz.
Yes. Where is the meeting?
It's in 141. It's hard to get to, so I'll take you there.
Where are we meeting at?
Room 141.